Who is Linda Luchetti? There isn't much information about her and how she is connected to Rodni's or whose idea this was. Linda Luchetti is named as the Publicist PR person, spokesperson, who handles media for Kiely Rodni family. And it isn't even told like, is it the mom, Lindsay, or dad, or Grandpa David? It's just kind of talked as jointly as for Rodni family. So I guess it's kind of like who handles the speaking for them. She's very professional in communications, very long career, good career, and worked in Salt Lake City, first in Olympics and then at the Larry H. Miller Company, about 20 years in communications. In 2015 she was promoted as Vice President in basketball operations in Utah Jazz, which is owned by Larry H. Miller Company, or at the time it was at least owned. So she's very professional handling media. There she handled media, but also handled the players and their families. Everybody is happy at the team and they like living in Salt Lake City. So Linda was like a mom to the players, just handling everything. Then at the celebration of life, also a spokesperson for the Rodni family or their family friend, Cassie Habel, the executive director of Truckee Downtown Merchants Association. And she's talking and thanking people, but not AWP. Nope. She's talking about how we are going to do this, because this was so out of blue, this missing case, and she can barely talk about Kiely at all. She goes on like the community and how their mom and the community are gonna do this. And Linda was a godsend because we didn't know how to handle media, and she goes on about that like we just didn't know media. What? There came this lady volunteered to handle the media. But I find it quite curious that this very professional communications person come from all the way to Salt Lake City. It's over 7 hours by car, and it's somewhat weird because Cassie is also very professional in volunteer work and knows how to handle business and media and communications. So how many spokesperson does this one family need? And remember, this was an accident, according to the official narrative. Here's a clip from the celebration live where Cassie is speaking about Linda.
When we got together, we didn't know. We're like, media, what? How do we do media? Well, Linda Luchetti is a volunteer that flew in from Salt Lake City, and she navigated media for us. And you were a godsend, a goddess send. You were so helpful for us to be able to figure out how to work media into our little organization we built in 48 hours.
I'm just curious how it happened. Like, was Linda okay? I could like volunteer and handle you the communications, or did somebody reach out to Linda and hey, could you do this? Because Linda has also worked for Sherri Papini. It was through Chris Thomas' PR company, who is good friends with Miller. When she was taken in by FBI, who went to the school or something and arrested her. And then it was just like the Linda released a statement there was at the newspaper that they are not gonna comment on that. The family is not gonna comment on that or something like that. I'm gonna go a little bit deeper later, but now I'm just gonna give like the summary for those who don't wanna watch the whole thing, because this is going to be long. I went very deep diving. Who is this person and all the persons here and Millers and Chris Thomas, because I think it kind of reveals what kind of like work she does. So then we could kind of figure out what she did for the Rodni family. Was it just like release the statements or was it something else? Then there's this other video that YouTuber Ara found. There's some lady is filming on her phone when she went to the rec center, and by the sign where there are the photos of the hoodies. And then Linda comes up and says, just talks about the hoodies, and she kind of downplays, like, yeah, the message, it doesn't mean anything. It was just purchased in a music event. But this hoodie is from Urban Outfitters, so it's not official Lana Del Rey merch. Could it have been bought still? Yeah, maybe. But it was also said like this was loaned, but it has never been said by whom. And she had also that white hoodie, Odd Future, and it was loaned even though she has been seen multiple times wearing it. The whole hoodie thing is so weird. Why Sammy or her friends didn't mention it? And law enforcement didn't release the video earlier from the party, Kiely wearing the hoodie. Like, you would think in a missing case, an abduction case, they would release that video so people would know what to look for. And then I paid attention how Linda is kind of like acting a little shy or coy about it. Like, oh, I'm not this media type at all, and I'm just here to volunteer. And knowing now like what kind of career she has, I think it's a little bit weird, because she's very pro. She's handled Utah Jazz media relations, and she's very well spoken when I have watched her videos.
Somebody loaned that to her.
Yeah, it's a friend.
It's
Yeah,
a friend.
girls are.
Oh, okay. But I noticed it was from Del Rey.
Yeah,
And
so
then I
think
looked
somebody
it
bought
up.
it at the concert.
Oh,
I think it's
okay.
just, you know, when you go to a concert and they sell T-shirts and they sell sweatshirts and they decide what these beautiful top and they put stuff on them. And I think a friend bought it at a concert, if I'm correct. And then her friend just loaned it to her, coincidentally. And they don't know if she had it with her that night or not. I took a picture. But just, you know how girlfriends, teenage girls do.
Yeah.
Clothes from one house to another to another. You never know.
Yeah. And then it starts traveling around the media that she made sweatshirt.
No.
No, she did not.
It
No.
was bought at an event.
What media are you with?
I volunteer to help the media.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
actually not a media person, just to help get stories if they need help, like if they want interviews or information. But her mom had said, I believe her mom had said that it was just bought at an event or a shop or something. They didn't make this and they had no control over what was on it. They just liked it. And I think the daughter's very musical. And I think liked her voice, and so I think, and they're just girlfriends passing clothes around, which girlfriends do.
Thank you.
Look at people put the flyers on there.
Here are the quotes from Linda Lugetti on behalf of the Rodni family. And they don't give much information. Her job is just to say basically no comment or something like that, or wait for the official law enforcement announcement. Her job is basically just to comment on behalf of family so they can mourn in peace or just be in peace from the media. But it's just curious how Rodni family went all silent when Kiely was found. They didn't have any problem being fond of media before that. The 2 weeks, Lindsay is just smiling in there. It also felt like Lindsay was really liking the attention on her. And I feel like then, and maybe AWP just took that away from her when Kiely was found. Maybe that's why she is so mad at AWP. Who knows? It's a little weird how this very professional communication professional flew all the way from Salt Lake City, Utah to Truckee to handle media. It also has been said that she volunteered for the Rodni family to handle media, even though Truckee has plenty of marketing and communications people. Maybe she did want to volunteer. Who knows? Or was she hired? Because usually in other cases, there hasn't been any mention she is volunteering. It usually just handles the media on behalf of the family. But some families do acquire a spokesperson, so they don't have to handle the media. So I don't think that's the weird part. It's just weird how secretive they are about the spokesperson and how many do they need. When I looked up, there was 3 cases Linda Luchetti has been spokesperson in, could you say, true crime cases. All these statements, what I have been looking is quite the same. Luchetti just says like, at this point we are not releasing. And these statements from Luchetti in these cases are quite same. They're like, family just wants to mourn in private, or just like, at this point we are not gonna comment. So her job is quite easy. Her job is just to say to the media like, no comments basically. And so the families can be just in peace and they don't have to be bothered by the media. I thought that it was interesting how Linda worked for the Sherri Papini kidnapping hoax. It was revealed it was kidnapping hoax, and FBI came to arrest her when her kids was at piano lessons. After that, Linda Luchetti gave comments basically on behalf of the family, no comments. But it was mentioned also she handled media on behalf of Chris Thomas' firm. Chris Thomas works for a PR company, and he has also his own company. He became famous for being media rep for the Smart family when Elizabeth Smart was kidnapped in Salt Lake City about 2 decades ago. It was a 9 months ordeal, and it's a horrible case. What Elizabeth went through is absolutely horrible, and she's a survivor and advocate for victims now. Chris Thomas became an author and speaker about the kidnapping and how he handled the media. He works for a firm also which do PR and crisis management, and they do all kinds of cases, and at least the article quoted it was Chris Thomas' firm and Linda Luchetti, but it has never been said Linda Luchetti work for this company, but they are close friends, so maybe that's how she got the job. Or did Chris just ask, hey, could you handle this? The first case where I found Linda Luchetti has been worked as a spokesperson in a true crime case is when Craig Miller's mother-in-law was slaughtered in her bookstore. Craig Miller is the son of Larry H. Miller, and his wife is Heidi, and her mom was stabbed to death in 2010, and at the time there wasn't any idea who did it, but after 10 years the killer was arrested, being convicted too. Linda Lugetti handled the media and commented on behalf of the family. So Linda is close with the Millers, and she worked at their company over 2 decades. So obviously they trusted her to handle the media. So maybe that's how she got involved, being a spokesperson in true crime cases. And then there is the New York case. It happened before Kiely went missing. Quite many YouTubers have been covering this case. High-profile Microsoft executive Jared Bridegan was killed while dropping his kids to the ex-wife's place. Linda worked for the ex-wife, Shanna Gardner Fernandez. And she has a new husband, Maya Fernandez. And he is one shady character. He killed a cat. He killed a neighbor's cat, and he threatened Shanna's, Jared's kids, and it's awful. At the time, there was talking like Shanna and Maria was involved in the killing. And law enforcement actually arrested this one guy, but they at the time said he didn't act alone. And soon after, Shanna's new husband was arrested as well, Mario. It hasn't been said anything about Shanna's involvement, even though it has been heavily speculated. And in that, Linda Lugetti said the family isn't commenting, so again, kind of like these basic comments. But her job could be also get interviews with the media, and there is this one article, Shanna is complaining about the media and how people are talking, and it's just too much and kids are suffering. It would be nice to know what Linda Lugetti did in Kiely Rodni case. Like, did she give pointers to the family, like talking points, what to talk to media, what topics? Because everybody kind of talks similarly in this case. And did Kiely Rodni family get Linda Lugetti? Because she knows Chris Thomas, and he handled the smart kidnapping. And first, family and friends, they were pushing for the abduction. And law enforcement, they mentioned abduction, but they weren't so heavily like pushing it. So I'm just wondering, like, okay, law enforcement isn't taking this seriously, so we need to push it to the media, like this abduction, forget the teens. Media companies, they can monitor social media and they can make response accordingly. So I wonder if there was some kind of job there. But it doesn't mean it was this company. It can be just also just the trucky locals. Like when Cassie mentioned, it was like their own little organizations, and they had these different teams, teen to teen teams, family team, law enforcement team, social media team. So what the social media team did, where they're like going to social media, like, stop talking about teens, Sammy is innocent or something like that. You don't know. Miller family and Chris Thomas, they are Mormons. I haven't found information about Linda. Is she one? But there could be also a connection between Truckee. I don't know. I mean, whose idea was this? Does someone have a tie to the Salt Lake City? And Linda is from San Francisco area. So maybe she could have some ties to Truckee. Now, there was very much talking about churches in Truckee in the beginning, but I think it was more like cult thing and or Scientology. I have this Kiely Rodni case quotes by Linda Lugetti, and the first one was from August 21st, when she was found by AWP. So the Sun reports Tragic discovery. Kiely Rodni's body found. Adventures with Purpose dive team claim they have discovered missing teen's submerged car. August 21st, 2022. And there are some details about how AWV found her. And the crew said that the teen's family have been notified and the law enforcement is on the way. Linda Lugetti, a media rep for the family, told the US Sun on Sunday, "Nothing has been confirmed. We are not taking any action at this time. Watch Placer County Sheriff's Facebook page. Only they will know if this is a rumor." So, I find this quote quite interesting in that way that the family is just like, yeah, they found a car, it's the same, but yeah, let's not comment on that. Like anything, I guess maybe they are just so on edge or something. Could be that I just wait like in fear, is it true or something? I don't know. But it's just interesting that there isn't any more information. Like, it's just such a contrast considering how much Lindsay, Grandpa, Daniel, they were in front of cameras, and then when she was found, they went just completely silent. And then there is ABC 10. ABC 10. The Nevada County Sheriff's Service said they were aware of the update from Adventures with Purpose and had staff meet up with the dive team at Placer Reservoir. In an email to ABC 10, Adventures with Purpose said the Placer County Sheriff's Office will be taking over the investigation. And then we have a quote from Linda Lugetti, media coordinator for Rodni's family, said the family has no word from law enforcement on the validity of Adventures with Purpose post. Until they receive communication from law enforcement, the family has nothing to share, Lugetti said. And here again, it's official, which is like media rep's job. But it's still like, yeah, just wait for the law enforcement, sheriff. And it's like, they don't want to acknowledge AWP at all in any way. Like, yeah, they are YouTubers and they are the but like, if they found a car where it's like the same license plate and stuff, like, at least like somehow acknowledge it, but I guess not. And of course I want to say that Linda Lugetti is just doing her job, I guess. Or is he a volunteer? I don't know. Or was he hired? I just find very weird that someone would come from all the way to Salt Lake City to Truckee just to be a media rep for this family. And where, like, how many media reps do they need? They have Cassie, and she works for the, it's not Chamber actually, I thought she was working at Chamber, but it was the Truckee Downtown Merchants Association. It handles the business, and takes her job is take care of the business and have events, and all those businesses are happy, and tourism is fine, and there are people coming up and spending money, and the historic Truckee is kinda restored, like the newcomers can't just take it. I guess that's also one purpose. But yeah, like they have Steve Fisher, I guess. I don't know even that, because it haven't been confirmed anywhere. And Steve Fisher, as of investigates, private investigator who is not a private investigator, she didn't have a license in Cali. Or during that time, at least. And she's just some nude photographer. She's some nude photographer who photographs young girls nude, and then she just decides to show up to truck you to shirts for Kylie, and then she meets Grandpa at 6 a.m. or something, when Grandpa suddenly comes to outside of the RV and with his dog, and Stevie Boy is just there waiting. Waiting. Oh yeah, we just happened to meet. Yeah, sure. He says multiple times he hasn't been working for the family, and which would be weird because he didn't have license. But still how he hangs around with Grandpa and Dad and talks to FBI and everybody, but then everybody just gives him information even though he doesn't have a license to be a private investigator. It's weird. How now he's going after Ryan Upchurch, and we don't even know this dude. Like, why he is so hateful against AWP and Ryan Upchurch, and it's just weird. Like, he talks on behalf of the family, like, yeah, we are gonna sue that and we are gonna sue that, and it's like, wait a minute, you're not a lawyer. Are you talking about this? So it's just weird. Like, how many people Rodney's need working for them if this is an accident? And I don't know, was Linda Lugetti hired, or did she just volunteer, or is there some kind of connection to maybe a defense lawyer or to Cassie, because Cassie works for the Rotary Club as well, and Linda Lugetti, I think, had close connections there as well. Or it was Chris Thomas, actually, her friend, and the guy who was the Elizabeth Smart kidnapping publicist, and he decided to build a career around that, and has been successful, I guess. Daily Mail. And there is also how AWP found Kylie. When did authorities spend 20,000 man-hours hunting for Kiely Rodni, only for amateur divers to find her in a day? Yeah, well, everybody has been wondering about that, and Sam Brown and everybody promised answers, but how did this happen? But no word at all, just silence. 21st August. A spokesman for the family said, at this time the family has no statement on the social media rumors from this afternoon. If and when law enforcement has a response, we will proceed accordingly. And then the Sacramento Bee. Somehow Sacramento Bee quotes Reno Gazette Journal. Through a spokesperson, the Rodni family said it was awaiting confirmation from law enforcement. At this time, the family has no statement from the social media rumors from this afternoon. Linda Lugetti told the Reno Gazette Journal. If and when law enforcement has arrested them, we will proceed accordingly. So it's the same quote. And then we have Fox News, Kiely Rodni case. Sheriff expected to make major announcement after volunteer group fights submerged SUV. And August 22. A spokesperson for the family of missing California 16-year-old Kiely Rodni urged patience Monday morning hours before authorities are expected to make a major announcement in the case, and after a volunteer group claimed to have found her remains underwater near where she was last seen. Investigators are expected to hold news briefing at 11 a.m. Yeah. At this time, I have no word from Kiely's family as to the validity of yesterday's social media post indicating that Kiely and her car have been found, said Linda Lugetti, a retired Salt Lake City communications professional who volunteered last week to act as the family's media. At this time, I have no word from Kiely's family as to the validity of yesterday's social media post indicating that Kiely and her car have been found, said Linda Lugetti, a retired Salt Lake City communications professional who volunteered last week to act as the family's media coordinator. This has not been confirmed to me by the family or by the Placer County Sheriff's Office. I get it why the law enforcement isn't saying much, but it's curious still, the family is still yeah, we are not gonna comment, but it's probably just because law enforcement hasn't commented, so they don't wanna go and say anything because what if it's not true or something. So I think it's interesting. In here they say a retired Salt Lake City communications professional who volunteered last week to act as the family's media coordinator. So there's quite a lot of information, if that's true and is quoted right. That, well, she's retired already, because I couldn't find any information she's retired. There's this one LinkedIn profile, but then she has another one as well, I think, and there's a lot more action, and the one just have one follows, which is the retired one, so it's a little confusing. And here it says she volunteered as media coordinator, so she takes care of the media. It's just so interesting that she has been volunteered, and in this case it's Linda Lugetti, and there's no mention of Chris Thomas company or anything. It's just Linda who's working for the family. And then Reno Gazette Journal. When Adventures with Purpose released a video of finding missing truckee teen Kiely Rodni's body, they reached out to the family, and on Wednesday, family spokesperson Linda Lugetti said Rodni's family had no comment on the new video. They continue to process their grief privately, Lugetti said. And again, they are not just acknowledging AWP at all, and it's just so weird because they didn't thank them, and it's just AWP has ruined their plans or something. And I don't know even what that plans, or is there even a plan, but they were just having fun. being in front of all the media, and then like AWP just came and robbed that away from them, and they went just silent and no comment like at all. Like they could have said like, I wish they wouldn't have shown that or something like that if they were really pissed, but they didn't. And then there's this Steve Fisher guy, private investigator who's not an investigator, who just like to talk shit, who thinks it's accident if somebody bumps you in the water and doesn't say anything. 2 weeks. Yeah, I don't think that's accident. Idiot. Like why the family can't just say it? Or is like they plan just to go sue everybody? Like, good luck with that. I don't think public will take that very kindly. Like if you just ignore who helped to find Kiely and go after them. It's just so weird. Like even though they would be like, did they have to make a video about it or something? You would think like it's not that big of a deal considering what the law enforcement did or actually didn't do, and what Sammy did and didn't do. She left your daughter in a party saying all happy she was drunk, and Lindsay is just hugging her in front of everybody. Like, what? 3 days after? What? It's so weird. Like, how can you forgive these people, but then who found her? You can be so mad. It just doesn't make any sense. And then Sun reports Kiely Rodni autopsy results may not be released for 2 months after a diver who found teen claimed it was suspicious. And there Linda Lugetti says, the US Sun reached out to Kiely's family regarding the autopsy and the teen's funeral after it was announced a local celebration of life ceremony will take place on September 10th. Linda Lugetti, who has been speaking on behalf of Kiely's family, said, no news on cause of death, funeral, body being released, toxicology, etc. She added, all that will come from the sheriff's department and the coroner when they are ready, I guess. Well, usually, but that I guess comment is kind of like, what? What did you say? You're not sure? Why not? Because usually they will release it. And then there are the comments like that pissed me off really good. Reno Gazette Journal. Adventures with purpose won't collect reward for finding missing teen. Fuck off. Like, who is this person to say on behalf of AWB, yeah, they're not taking the reward? Like, what? Like, who are you again? Like, how do you know that? Did you offer? Did the family be like, yeah, just say to them that they don't get it. They don't want it. We can keep it. It was for the family anyway. Like, no, it wasn't. You can't just change GoFundMe description. If people have been donating money for reward, you can't keep it for yourself. It's very basic. Otherwise, it's crime and it's fraud. And it's serious because nobody likes people who fraud money on GoFundMe. Pleading money for help and then just like, what? Just keeping it like, no, that's so uncool. The reward offered in the case of missing teen Kiely Rodni, which had climbed from $10,000 to $75,000 in the 2 weeks following her disappearance, won't go to Adventures with Purpose, the private dive team that found Kiely's body in Prosser Creek Reservoir, not far from where she went missing. Some of the largest donations will be returned to donors. Has this been confirmed? Because this is probably the only quotes I can find about that. How do we know that? And what about the smallest donations? They deserve that money back too. Like, you can't be like, oh, this is just small pennies. Like, no. If you collected that money for reward, you have to give it for that cause, or you have to return it. And here's a quote from Linda. Ventures with Purpose does not accept rewards, said Linda Lugetti, a spokesperson for the Rodni family. She said the reward was partially funded by a GoFundMe account set up for Linda Neiman, Kiely's mother, that has raised nearly $63,000. Well, Linda, Adventures with Purpose do accept rewards, and how about you just give it to Nick and Doug and Joss and Carson, everybody who was there from the team. You don't have to give it to Adventures with Purpose. You can give it just to Nick and Doug. Like, I don't understand. Bullshit. Larger donations pledged to the reward have been returned, Lugetti said. Law enforcement confirmed that they had not helped organize the reward and had no knowledge or involvement in how or if it would be paid. So basically it's just cheers, you will get nothing. It's just curious, like, shouldn't like law enforcement investigate if Lindsay took the money? Because they must have seen like they were pleading for money, and then it's like, yeah, we are not gonna give the reward. That's a crime, and you probably should investigate it. So let's go a little deeper into who is Linda Lugetti. Linda is Vice President of Basketball Operations for Utah Jazz, and at that time, Utah Jazz was owned by Larry H. Miller Group, and they have sold the basketball team for another Utah-born billionaire, Ryan Smith, and I don't believe he's anything to do with the Swiss in Kiely Rodni case. So Linda was appointed 2015. The article says at the time of Kiely Rodni case, she's retired, but I can't find any information about that, so I'm not sure about that. And Linda Lugetti's LinkedIn is very minimal. There's not much information, just about communication for Larry H. Miller Group. And she's from Salt Lake City, or she's not from Salt Lake City, but she lives there with her husband, Dave Cleveland. Millers are Mormons, but I haven't found if Linda is but she's from San Rafael and from Bay Area, so she may not be. And before she worked for the Utah Jazz, she worked for in the same company, Larry H. Miller, but she was like this vice president in communications. When Utah Jazz was sold, Linda Lugetti resigned from that position because she's kind of worked for Miller's 2 decades. So, for you video from Linda where she's working and she's taking care of the families of the players and just keep things going. Of course, can see like her handling media and stuff like that so much, but
time now to go behind the scenes with the Utah Jazz. Brittany Copeland is here to introduce us to Linda Lugetti.
Rod, the Jazz are owned by Gail Miller, the wife of the late Larry H. Miller, so it makes sense they want to add a female perspective to the front office. Linda Lugetti is a very busy woman.
And I have a feeling this phone might ring, so if it does, I'm sorry.
Case in point, the very first minute of our interview.
Oh, can you give me 1 second?
Sure, absolutely.
And then I'll come right back.
Linda's world is filled with interruptions. It's just part of her daily life as vice president of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz.
I am responsible for business operations or business projects off the court.
Picked it up, Booker one more time. Boy, pick and roll, Booker, left hand.
I don't really interact with development of players in terms of their skills and ability. Thank you so much.
Linda has been with the Miller Group for 10 years, but took over her new role when the season started. She wears a number of different hats for the organization and is one of the first people that head coach Quinn Snyder and general manager Dennis Lindsay talk to when they get to work in the morning.
She's able to anticipate needs, which is rare. You have to know somebody well. I feel like she knows me well. She knows the players well. And oftentimes there's just situations that get eliminated and problems that get solved before they become problems.
I've been able to come in and just see things maybe from a different perspective, and they really respect that. They've been extremely respectful to me and supportive of my efforts. So I don't feel at all that I'm, trying to cope in a man's world. And the reason we like these is because my pregnant mamas, I've got 3 of them in the family room right now. Whoops. Something's going on. 3 of them in the family room right now, and it settles their stomach.
How helpful is it to get the female perspective, too, on certain issues that arise?
We have young players with young spouses that are having babies, and Linda can go in those rooms during the most crucial time to be helpful. And there's just certain areas that I wouldn't be able to go to.
On game day, Linda adds another title. It's one of being supportive team mom. You may find her in the playroom making sure the kids are having fun, or she'll be in the family room taking care of the players and coaches' wives and relatives.
I love it. That's probably one of the favorite parts of my job is, coincidentally, when I started here about 10 years ago, about 8 years ago or so, I went to Kevin O'Connor, who was the GM at the time, and said, I think there's a family room. Every arena and every team has one. So I think the family room needs a little bit of an upgrade and a little more attention. He said, go for it if you want to do it. And I said, sure, I'd love to. So this is my friend Kyra Booker, and we sneak out and we get ice cream during the games when her mom doesn't know.
Taking Trevor Booker's daughter to get ice cream during the game isn't in her job description. Neither was fixing up the family room. It's just something that Linda wanted to do on her own.
Oh, you're mixing it up on me.
When we first moved here, she was the first one, to reach out to my wife, helped us get settled. My kids love her. My wife loves her. She's just great.
Establishing that close-knit relationship has made Linda a part of the family for most of the Jazz players.
To Thanksgiving and birthdays and Christmas, and I'll drive around and go to different places. And make sure I remember their birthdays and birthday parties.
So you see, her job isn't done when the season ends. From juggling her extended family to the NBA draft, summer league, development league, and player workouts, it is no wonder that Linda's phone is ringing off the hook.
All right, now, Brittany, we know that saying, a happy wife, happy life. Linda pretty much lives by that saying when it comes to the players, their wives, and their families.
That family room, which she decided to upgrade and be a part of a few years ago, she had an ulterior motive to do that because she knew that if the wives and the kids and the loved ones were all happy and satisfied, then the players in turn would be a little bit more helpful when it came to interview requests and doing any sort of involvement in the community, any jazz events. They would be there and be happy to do it because their wives were happy at home. The Desert News is actually doing a piece on Linda as well, and these are some photos from the family room. That's Derek Favors' twins, his children. And as you can tell, she's beaming from ear to ear. Yeah. Even though it's not part of the job description, this is her favorite part of the gig.
And that's where we see her on game day with the wives. Linda's from San Francisco. How does she make her way to Utah? Kind of an interesting story. And eventually with the Jazz.
Well, she all got involved with the Olympics. So she was doing a number of Olympic games. Obviously, the Olympics were here in 2002. So she came over here and fell in love with Utah, didn't want to leave. And Miller decided it was a good idea to bring her on, Miller Sports Group. And she was one of the best people that they brought on at that position, decided that she could grow and excel within the Jazz, and you know, now she's here to stay.
Yeah, she was PR with Olympic organizations, then she started out PR the Jazz, and now she's one of only 2 females as VP of basketball operations in the NBA. And we all love Linda too. She's a big help to us. So, Linda, thank you. Right, Jeremiah, we love her.
I second that. Linda is the best. I guess third that, right?
Her job is kind of like keep things going, and it seems Miller's trusted Lugetti quite much because you can see her kind of bouncing around the corporation, like when she's needed, like commenting different things. Usually these size companies have a little more persons working, but it seems she was and is very trusted. And I'm gonna go through 2 articles where Linda talks about her work experience and how she has ended up at the Millers and Salt Lake City and stuff like that. And when there was a death in the family, Linda also commented on that on behalf of the family, handled that. And when Greg Miller's wife's Heidi's mom, Sherri Black, was stabbed to death in her and his husband's bookstore, Linda handled the media on behalf of the family then. This is the first time I've seen Linda being a media rep for family in a true crime case. And it could be like she got her kind of experience and wanted to volunteer more cases. It could be that she has done some cases being a rep for my family, so maybe she decided to volunteer again. I don't know, but could be. In the Miller family, there was kind of interesting that the CEO was Greg Miller, and he stepped down because he didn't get along with her mom. The mom wanted to be a matriarch, and be a boss, because basically her mom is like the owner now, because Larry has died, so she had to. So when Larry died, Larry's wife Gail and Greg's mother became the owner, and Greg had to kind of answer to her, even though he was CEO. So he thought he's not getting enough room to do what he wanted, and there's some article that they had a very difficult time after that, but now the relationship is getting better. Here is an article about Linda Lugetti as well, commenting, and it's about this Utah Jazz throw baby shower for favors. Hayward's significant others. It was 8 years ago. The Utah Jazz value community and family above all, showing and knowing the true value of each, respectively, which isn't to say they don't value chasing down a championship. And in the Larry H. Miller Company group community and comes a lot. They want to give back to community and build community and stuff like that. So it isn't that surprising they want, like Utah Jazz wanted to be also a family. In 2005, the Utah Jazz went out and got Linda Lugetti, now the Vice President of Communications for the Miller Group, the parent company of the Jazz. It is no surprise that the company's Vice President of Communications isn't your typical MBA executive. Linda Lugetti is one of the few men working as a senior VP in men's professional basketball. I love my job. I love my life. The Miller family is amazing to work for, and I cherish the opportunities we have here. It's something different every day. Linda Lugetti. One day, about 10 of them go. Specifically, Linda Lugetti did what she does. She threw a baby shower for the expecting significant others of Derek Favors. Most of us didn't see was what went on behind the scenes, that close family part of the Jazz franchise. I'm told Linda Lugetti, who runs the family room, always does a shower for babies and weddings. All the players and coaches, wives and girlfriends try and do things together. And this is an article from 2015 when Lugetti was named Vice President of Basketball Operations. Utah Jazz announced today that Linda Lugetti has been named Vice President of Basketball Operations. The longtime Larry H. Miller Group of Companies executive and sports industry veteran joins the Jazz front office in a senior management position and will report directly to General Manager Dennis Lindsay. We are very pleased to be able to add someone of Linda's character and caliber to a leadership role within basketball operations, said Jazz General Manager Dennis Lindsay. I am confident that her vision and wealth of experience, both within the company and externally, will prove her to be a valuable addition to the Jazz. Lugetti brings to the Jazz more than 30 years of experience in media relations, marketing, community relations, philanthropic work, and event management, much of it within the sports realm. She has worked with the Jazz parent company, the Larry H. Miller Group of Companies, in multiple capacities since 2005, and since 2013 had been serving as the company's Executive Vice President of Communications, where she was responsible for overseeing internal, external, corporate communications for the company and the more. and 80 businesses and properties operating in 46 states in there's automotive, finance, insurance, real estate, sports, entertainment, and retail. Lugetti concurrently served as Vice President of Communications for Larry H. Miller Charities. Under her direction, the company's communications infrastructure has grown immensely in terms of resources, reach, and readiness. Before her promotion to LHM Group headquarters, Lugetti worked as Senior Vice President of Communications to Larry H. Miller Sports and Entertainment, directing communications and community relations efforts for the Jazz and Energy Solutions Arena, as well as Salt Lake Bees, Miller Motorsports Park, the company's radio and TV stations, fan stores, and megaplex theaters. In addition, Lugetti also functioned as the primary project manager for the company's annual multi-day road cycling race, Tour of Utah, working directly with the race president in helping guide the event from tentative standing to becoming one of the premier cycling events in the world. Prior to joining the LHM Group, Lugetti worked on the 2002 Olympic Winter Games in Salt Lake City, handling public relations, and served as press chief for the Olympic Stadium during the 1996 Olympic Games in Atlanta. In addition, Lugetti has worked in media relations at the Goodwill Games, the Pan American Games, the Sydney Olympic Games, and the Athens Paralympic Games. A graduate of the University of California, Berkeley, Lugetti spent 15 years working in the radio, television, and newspaper industries in San Francisco, and served as race director for the 12K Examiner Bay to the Breakers foot race, the largest participatory sporting event in the world from 1989 to 1998. And here is an article from Marine Independent Journal. It talks about her, how he grew up in the media world and marketing, and what's her experience and stuff like that. Vice President of Communications for a company that owns Utah Jazz, learned love of media and marketing growing up in San Rafael. And this was published 2010 and updated 2018. The Larry H. Miller Group of companies owns the Utah Jazz, but it isn't a typical NBA ownership group. The billion-dollar per year entity has the corner on the market for car dealerships and movie theaters across the Inner Mountain, western United States, with ownership in a broad array of other endeavors. All that, combined with numerous charitable outreach programs, makes the Miller family one of the most important names in Utah history. Interesting is that the company's vice president of communications isn't your typical MBA executive. Linda Lugetti is one of a few women working as senior VP in men's professional basketball. Though these days she spends more of her time on the company's startup offshoots. After growing up in San Rafael and graduating from Cal, Lugetti traveled the world to work on the Olympic Games. She didn't come to the NBA and Salt Lake City as much as they came to her, but her connection with a company she loves in a city she adores has made her 5 years with the team happy ones. I love my job, I love my life, said Lugetti, 49. The Miller family is amazing to work for, and I cherish the opportunities we have here. The company is growing in so many interesting and different directions. The sky is the limit, and I want to be a part of it. Lugetti says she didn't grow up a big sports fan, but was an athlete who tried every sport available to her at San Rafael High. In fact, it was Lugetti and one of her school friends that talk a local soccer shop owner into starting the school's first girls' soccer team. We found the coach, he asked the school, and that's how I ended up playing high school soccer, said Lugetti. I also competed in softball, swimming, track and cross country. I was into everything. I was the first female general manager at our high school station. I liked mixing media with sports back then too. After graduating from Berkeley, Lugetti worked in Bay Area radio and television before hooking up with the San Francisco Examiner newspaper's marketing division. As a special events manager, she negotiated deals with professional sports franchises. Beyond that, she managed the Hearst family's involvement with Opera in the Park and the many Examiner charities. The newspaper also managed the world-famous Bay to Breakers run. Her involvement with the event led her to become the race director in 1989, a job she held for 9 years. I knew the Olympic Games were coming to Atlanta in 1996, and I thought I would really like to be a part of that, Lugetti said. I was able to take a leave of absence from the Examiner and work as the press chief in Atlanta during the games at the Olympic Stadium. I helped take care of the media for track and field, the opening and closing ceremonies, race walking, and the marathon. It was a lot of work, but it was so much fun. She came back to San Francisco, but organizers for the 2002 Salt Lake City Games soon came calling. In 1998, she joined the planning committee that pulled off the 2002 Winter Olympics. Along the way, she took work trips to Spain, Russia, Greece, and Australia. We grew up in a family that was really focused on achievement. We have fun, but we all work very hard, said Linda's brother Peter Lugetti, who owns a San Francisco finance company and lives in Sausalito. She saw this path to success in sports and marketing that started way back with the Bay to Breakers. She had the ambition and the drive. She wanted to swim in a bigger pool, and she made it happen. After the Olympics, a funny thing happened to Lugetti. She decided to stay in Utah. Though she has a special place in her heart for San Francisco, she never could bring herself to sell her old condo in the city. Lugetti settled down in North Salt Lake with her flight captain husband David Cleveland. There is a corporate culture here, but it is laid back at the same time, she said. Utah is more sophisticated than people think. There are 5 major universities and colleges here. The Church of Latter-day Saints brings missionaries here from all over the world, meaning you hear so many different languages spoken. The theater is fantastic. But best of all, there aren't nearly as many people, so you never have to wait in line for anything. In 2005, Lugetti joined the Miller Company's Entertainment and Sports division. Initially, she focused on relations and marketing for the basketball team, but since being promoted, she deals with all aspects for the company. It's something different every day, said Lugetti, who has been focused. Greg Miller took over as Chief Operating Officer of the company in 2008, just months before his father's death. Lugetti knew his introductory press conference would be a big story across the state, and she helped prep him to be ready. That day, it was really evident what she meant to the family, Miller said. She gave me one head-up after another before the press conference. During the briefing, I kept one eye on her while she was in the room. I wanted to see the look on her face. She felt like the mother hen that day, and I wanted to make sure she didn't think I stumbled. It went well, and she really helped. And I think this part is interesting because she likes to be a proactive. in communications, like taking care already before like going to the press, like what could be like the possible questions, and prepping, like here it's family member, but it could be also like, I don't know, did she help like to prep the family, like Kiely Rodni family, like what topics to speak, stuff like that, what questions to avoid or something like that. So I think it's interesting, like, okay, she likes to go through this checklist and give pointers what to say, and just be aware of this and this, just to kind of take care of everything beforehand, so you don't have to do that much, like if something goes wrong at the press conference or something like that, like they don't have to fix like what you have said so much. Look at the still stays at the team office in the basketball arena during every home game. She lets her game night staff run the show, but she bounces from the press room to the locker room, to the family room, and makes sure coaches, players, their families, and the media are taken care of. It's funny. People ask me what I do when I'm not working, but that's my downtime, to relax and do craft needlework or scrapbooking, she said. We work the big events, and that means nights and weekends. It's okay, because we love our jobs, and I really do. I love the family here and the area. It's a great place to be. So yeah, she really likes Salt Lake, but she has connections to San Francisco as well. And this is from the Larry H. Miller company, where there was an article that was published on February 28th, 2016. Linda Lugetti, team mom and the concierge to the Utah Jazz. Linda Lugetti is one of only a handful of female executives in the NBA front office, but it isn't as glamorous as it sounds. She describes herself as team mom and shares a tiny office with 3 other staffers. The office borders the team's practice court, and its floor-to-ceiling window is sometimes tattooed with sweaty handprints and even face prints. The players like to stretch against it, she says, laughing. Some of them like to make faces at me. She climbed on a chair to clean them off. Look at this official title. It's Vice President of Basketball Operations for the Utah Jazz, a title held by only one other woman in the league. The title connotes that she is evaluating and sorting through basketball talent. Not so. I honestly don't know a lot about basketball, she says, and I was not a good athlete. I won most inspirational consistently. Her job description is not easy to define, even for Lugetti. Before this interview, she called Jazz General Manager Dennis Lindsay to ask him exactly how she could describe her job. We are still trying to define it, she says. It was really broad and vague when I took the job. Not many teams are doing this around the league. So what does she do? I'm high-level conscious for our players and their families, she says. That's a pretty good way to put it. Instead of doing public relations of the team with the outside world, she runs PR with the players. It's about player retention and recruitment, she explains. What can we do to be the best in the league at creating an atmosphere that our players want to be in and stay in? Yeah, just taking care, like the players are happy and their families are happy. Lucetti's job is to make life easier for players and their families. Since the teams can do facilitator. If players need help finding a school or childcare or a real estate agent or English lessons, they call Lucetti. Who does she know? Who does she trust? It's what I do. Why not call me, she says. Finding a plumber, or you can say a mattress, is not as simple as it sounds, given the player's visibility. In 2012, 6'10" center Al Jefferson ordered a giant 10 by 12 foot, 120 square foot mattress. According to Lucetti, during the delivery process, someone took a photo of the mattress and invoice, which of course revealed the price. 23,000. You know what happened next? It was posted on the internet. I make sure that companies don't send anyone to a player's home who will tweet information like that, says Lucetti. She receives calls 24/7 from players or members of their families. She has been called in the middle of the night when a family member couldn't reach a player on the road. She helps when a child or a player becomes ill. She says the Jazz have a relationship with University Medical Center and Primary Children's Hospital, and Lucetti meets them at the hospital. She's been called upon when someone tried to break into a player's house. The player called Lucetti and the police, and Lucetti sent a security expert to the house to check the locks. When someone sent his children to the door of a player's house for an autograph, and when someone else showed up the player's door late at night. I'm the player's connection to the team, says Lucetti. During games, you will rarely find Lucetti watching the action. She's mingling with the players' wives and children in the family room, a place under arena seats where the families can socialize, play, and find babysitters if wanted. If a player agrees to make an appearance somewhere in the community, Lucetti ensures that his wife or girlfriend is invited, and that they have a babysitter if needed. They are gone a lot of already during the season, so if they are using their free time to make an appearance for us, we want to make it the date night for them, she says. Before Valentine's Day, the Jazz spent several days on the road. Lucetti arranged to have a half-dozen vendors set up a temporary shop outside the player lounge, the practice facility the day before the team left town, offering chocolates, flowers, and so forth. The players got their shopping done on the spot without having to go to the mall. It's not a thankless job. She receives notes, Christmas cards, and photos from current and former players and their wives. Derek Favors named her godmother to his How nice. She has photos of the players' children on the wall of her office. I can't say I miss former Jazz players because technically that is tampering, according to league rules, she says, laughing at the absurdity. So I have to be careful. It goes unspoken that she misses those who have moved elsewhere and continues to communicate with them occasionally. The vision for Lucetti's job came from coach Quinn Snyder, team president Randy Rigby, and Lindsay, when the Miller Group, the parent company of Utah Jazz, reorganized leadership last year and made Clark Whitworth the new CEO. It was decided they could utilize Lucetti's considerable experience, people skills, and problem-solving savvy. They moved her from Executive Vice President of Communications for the Miller Group to the Jazz. I just wanted to make a statement, says Lucetti. If we are going to compete for free agents and keep the players we want to re-sign and have rookies want to come here, we have to create a place they want to be. The job marked a return to her roots in sport. Growing up in San Rafael, California, she and a friend started their own soccer team because their high school didn't have one. She recruited players and publicized the team with flyers and news stories. Her first taste of marketing. She also was general manager of a local radio station. One of her teachers owned the station and wrote for the school paid newspapers. Those things led me to where I am, she says. I decided I liked the media and sports. And then you end up going with a Kiely Rodni family, and before that, Sherri Papini. Like, how does that fit in? Because if you want to volunteer, like, well, Sherri Papini was from the Chris Thomas company, so what if she was from there this time too? I don't know. Maybe. Because I just find it so weird, like, somebody volunteers all the way from Salt Lake City to Truckee. Although she was from San Francisco area, so perhaps she was already there. But then Cassie said she came all the way from Salt Lake City, so yeah, forget it. Weird. I decided I liked the media and sports. After graduating with a communications degree from the University of California, Berkeley, she was hired first day by a radio station and then by a TV station working in public relations. The TV station sponsored the famed Bay to Breakers road race. She worked part-time on the production of the race and eventually became associate producer of the race. She left the TV station to take a job with the owner of Bay to Breakers, the San Francisco Chronicle, which hired her to be assistant race director and to assist with other promotional arrangements with the 49ers, Warriors, and Giants. Eventually, she became race director for Bay to Breakers, overseeing an event that drew 80,000 runners. 15 years with the Chronicle, she planned to take 6-month leave of absence, hoping to work at the 1996 Atlanta Olympic Games. But Olympic officials told her she needed more experience with other sports. She used vacation time to work at the 1994 and 95 Olympic Sports Festival in Colorado Springs and was rewarded with a big job with the Atlanta Olympics press chief for the Atlanta Olympic Stadium, which meant overseeing 500 reporters and 400 photographers for the opening and closing ceremonies, track and field, and marathon. After the Games, she elected to remain in the business of the Olympics and moved to Salt Lake City to work for the 2002 Winter Games. This time, she handled public relations for all Olympic properties, in charge of sponsors, suppliers, donors, and licenses. When the Winter Games ended, she assumed she would return to San Francisco. It never happened. Like many others I work with, I wanted to stay here, she says. She met her husband in Salt Lake City, Dave Cleveland, a pilot for Delta Airlines. His job allowed him to live anywhere. They chose Salt Lake. For the next couple of years, she did freelance work, took classes on grant writing, and performed volunteer work, waiting for the right something to come along. In 2005, she was hired as Vice President of Communications for LHM Sports and Entertainment. She was just what the company was looking for. Someone whose background went beyond sports to include sponsorship, marketing, PR, and philanthropy. When the company restructured after the death of Larry H. Miller in 2009, there was no corporate-wide public relations department, and Luchetti was called on occasionally to help elsewhere in the company. After researching other companies of similar size around the nation, she proposed a plan to management to create a corporate communications department for LHM. The plan was adopted, and she was made Executive Vice President for Communications for 2011. When Whitford became CEO last year, she was recalled by the Jazz. Jazz management had seen her initiative pay off even before she nudged the company to create a corporate communications department. In 2006, the Jazz were using a family room near the locker room of the arena, but no one oversaw it during the games. Lugetti heard rumblings from players and wives about improvements they wanted. She went to then General Manager Kevin O'Connor and volunteered to work in the room during games and asked for a budget to make improvements and manage it. I had ulterior motives, she says. If I can get the wives what they want, the players will do what I ask in terms of appearance and interviews and so forth. Meanwhile, management realized it needed to enhance the experience of playing for the Jazz to improve retention and acquisition of players. Steve Starks, president of LA Times Sports and Entertainment, asked the corporate office if the Jazz could have Lugetti full-time. I actually saw an article from this Steve Starks on the company's site, and it was how he ended up working for Larry H. Miller Companies. Like, she was just like some young dude who went to the elevator, and Miller was same time at the elevator, and Miller liked him, and yeah, you're hired. And he kind of came like this trusted man, even though he was outsider, but like he really liked him and wanted to give him responsible job so he can grow and someday take over the company, or if the kids don't want to do that or something like that, I guess. It's all about what we can do to make the players' lives better so they can focus on basketball. Says Lugetti, I found out a lot of this information in the family room. In the family room, Lugetti developed genuine relationships with the players' families. Naturally personable and gregarious, she watched, listened, and learned as she visited with the wives and children. So maybe she wanted to be at the rec center by the RV just to meet the people, I guess. I don't know, maybe. So she kind of learns what people are curious about this case, so she can then better prep the family to answer questions and choose what topics to speak on. Maybe, I don't know. I want everyone to be happy, she says. In the NBA, of course, she is a woman in a man's world. But this is nothing new for her. She was the youngest of 7 children, 5 of them brothers. I enjoy working with people, and the male-female thing doesn't come into play, she says. I've never once felt that I've been treated differently or held back by being a woman. It's what is my skill set and what can I do? At 54, she knows that she is old enough to be the grandmother of the players. I'm the team mom, she says. 1, as a player, you are going to get a hug. And 2, you better get back to me or do what I ask or I'll call your mom. And they know I will. Maybe she should have called Sam's mom. Like, you better go to the cops and tell what you really know about that party. I mean, really. Someone should have been. Like, why nobody didn't do anything to Sammy? Not cops, not anybody. They just watched her interview witnesses from the party, even though she was the last person to see and her timeline doesn't match up with the cops. It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, back to this again. She laughs as she says this. I'm friends with the mom and wife. I can get what I need. I don't interact with the players as much as the families. The players have so many people making demands on them. They know I'm just interested in their kids and family. With 15 families to watch over, 20 counting those belonging to the coaches. She says her schedule has been harried and slammed since taking the job in October. It began with the draft and free agent sign-ins. She helps players move to and settle in Salt Lake City and then begins her inquiries. Well, what help do they need? Do they need media training? What's their family situations? Will they be comfortable here? A player is drafted. I meet the dad, mom, and siblings and ask, "What can I do for you?" she says. Parents are a source of information. Yeah. True that. She probably met with all the Rodni family members. Asked, "What can I do for you?" Maybe. I don't know. If you're wondering why the chess players need some of the attention and help she provides, she has already answered. You've got to remember, these players are young, she says. They haven't been to college. I remember all the mistakes I made in college, and no one cared. Well, depends on the mistake. Is it this Sammy level processor party mistake, or is it just typical college mistakes? Who knows? These kids don't get the opportunity to make mistakes like that. The NBA tries to prepare them, and we back it up on a local level. You remember what it was like when you left home for the first time. What do they do with their free time? After they live alone in an apartment, we help them get settled. Here's a grocery store. Do they know how to set up a checking account? Pay bills. People don't want to give them a break because they are famous and make a lot of money. They are no different than your own children. Throw in the fact that they have a lot of free time and a lot of money and not the structure they would have in college or high school. They got to grow up fast. After thinking about this, look at the conclusion. I love my job. I can make a difference in people's lives. Something is always happening and it's fast-paced. I get to work on a team toward a team goal, and I feel my work is appreciated. And I'm a problem solver, and there is always some sort of problem to solve. And that's the quote and question. Was there a problem in Truckee? And your help was needed. Because you are a problem solver, you have connections to media. You can spin a story. What was the problem to solve? Were you just a media rep? Just for the Rodni family? Just trying to make interviews happen, and what else? It would be interesting to know that we don't know that. Here's a hoops hype when Linda Lugetti was hired. We are very pleased to be able to add someone of Linda's character and caliber to a leadership role within basketball over the Chester and Dean's League. I'm confident that her vision and wealth of experience, both within the company and externally, will prove her to be a valuable addition to the Jazz. Here is when Roger Miller, son of late Utah Jazz owner and businessman Larry H. Miller, passed away at 45. And they didn't relieve the cause of death, but usually that's because if it's a suicide, I think. But here is like, Roger Miller was a gentle soul who will be missed, said family members in a statement released late Sunday. So I think that could also imply like maybe he was just too gentle for this world or something like that. But even then, family members wanted to say something, and I think it doesn't have to be so grandiose, something very playful with words like Lindsay wants to do. Sometimes more minimal approach gets the feeling there. Roger Miller worked in the family business for 28 years in different positions, said Linda Luchetti, a spokesman for the Larry H. Miller Group of companies. Luchetti said Roger Miller phased himself out of the day-to-day operations of the company in the last year to focus more on his passion of car racing. Family members say he also enjoyed camping, riding ATVs, scuba diving and skiing. Information about the memorial has not yet been finalized, Luchetti said. Here is an article about how Sherri Papini was arrested. It was reported on Sacramento Bee. And it's updated July 28th, 2022. Sherri Papini's kidnapping hoax ends with arrest outside her kids' piano lessons. How the Sherri Papini's children were at the piano practice with their mom, and then FBI came there and arrested her because she had made this kidnapping house, even branded herself and claimed some Mexican women took her. Was it both of them women? I'm not sure. Anyway, they even made sketches about the kidnappers, and it was a wild one because she went jogging, and then there was found just her earpods or something like that. And this kidnapping alleged got very nationwide awareness, and these kind of hoaxes are very damaging because then the real victims don't anymore get as much awareness or the help they need, and people become more suspicious. And there was just a while ago the Kiely Russell case. So these kind of hoaxes, it would be great if people just wouldn't do them. And when these things happen, is it unfair if people then sometimes discuss, hey, is it possible Kiely Rodni case was a hoax? Because there isn't any photos of her in a party. There isn't anyone even coming forward that they were at the party. Like anything. And then there is a quick GoFundMe setup, and when AWP found Kiely, the family went all silent, and then just with their media rep, Linda Lugetti said, hey, they are not taking rewards on behalf of AWP, even though, like, how the fuck do you know that? Like, absolutely do they take them, and the reward belongs to them, not Kiely Rodni family, because the money wasn't raised for them, it was for their reward. And there are multiple receipts of that. So good luck explaining that in court. And yes, Ryan Upshore's claims like she isn't real, those were disgusting, blaming some innocent girl. And then people came after that girl. So yeah, that was very bad. I didn't like that bit at all. But otherwise, speculating if there are hoaxes, I think it's only natural. People will speculate all sort of causes, like people speculate, hey, this is accident, even if they don't have any proof. They just claim it's logical when they disclose all evidence. So the statement from Chris Thomas' firm, who issued statement about this for Sherri Papini, and Linda Lugetti is the one who was named here, fielding media inquiries for the family on behalf of Thomas' firm. The family hired a Utah public relations firm to issue a statement that night. The firm's founder, Chris Thomas, handled media relations for the family of Elizabeth Smart, whose kidnapping at age 14 also became a tabloid sensation. The statement read, "We love Sherri and are appalled by the way in which law enforcement ambushed her this afternoon in a dramatic and unnecessary manner in front of her children. If requested, Sherri would have fully complied and come to the police station, as she has done multiple times before, but this could have been handled in a more appropriate way. Sherri and Keith have cooperated with law enforcement's request despite repeated attempts to unnecessarily pit them against each other. Empty threats to publicly embarrass them and other conduct that way less than professional. We are confused by several aspects of the charges and hope to get clarification in the coming days." Papini's family declined to be interviewed for this story, said Linda Lugetti, who is fielding media inquiries for the family on behalf of Thomas' firm. So here, Lugetti is working on behalf of Thomas' firm, and in the Kiely Rodni case, it is said to be she was just a volunteer all the way from Salt Lake City, all the way to Truckee, California, and no mentions of any media. Well, I agree in that. That it wasn't probably necessary to arrest her in front of her children. Like, it's traumatic and unnecessary for the children to see that. And I don't know how her husband, or nowadays probably ex-husband, is thinking about this, because Sherri was staying with her lover during that time when everybody's panicking that she has been kidnapped, and the husband have never been a suspect. And here is also about this. The authorities estimate Papini weighs at least 150,000 in law enforcement resources as detectives and FBI agents scrambled to find her and later prove her story was false. Many, many hours of investigative resources were devoted to these efforts by conscientious and hardworking officers and agents, U.S. Attorney Phil Tarbert told the Bee in a written statement for this story. Hours that could and should have been used to protect the public from actual crimes. And if Kiely Rodni case is an accident, even though it's not, at least some sort of crime is going on. Why it was labeled as abduction without evidence, and why there was 50 FBI agents. 50. It's astronomical, like Sam Brown said. They have been working for 2 weeks without finding Kiely right there where she vanished, right by the ping, from a clear reservoir. It wasn't hard. AWP find them right away. Nick knew there is something anomaly in the sonar, even though he wasn't sure what was it. Hasty team had sonars as well. Hasty team had sonars at use as well, and they should have seen the car there too. At least something. Again, the reservoir, there isn't much anything. The seabed or the lake bed is completely smooth with just sand, and that's about it. So any larger than rocks, they should have been seen. Even a car. And I think people should be held accountable for that. Whose idea was this investigative aspect that, hey, let's Sammy take charge, and then let's not search the reservoir like Sam Brown said, because it's so murky and it's like mud all over the place, and you just can't dive there and stuff like that, because we are looking for evidence like smaller than car. So yeah, make it make sense. And this investigative took probably millions, because you have to calculate all the man hours and everything, and those hours could have been used for actual crimes. Here is an article when jazz owner executive Greg Miller's mother-in-law were slaughtered in her Salt Lake bookshop. And they had they didn't have suspects in a very long time, probably in years. And here's a quote from Linda Lugetti, who worked for the Miller Company. So obviously they trusted Lugetti also handle media for this as well. Miller and other family members huddled Wednesday with detectives, and they planned to discuss a possible reward for help solving the case, Jazz spokeswoman Linda Lugetti said. The Jazz will hold a moment of silence before Wednesday night's game against the Indiana Pacers, said coach Jerry Sloan. The families do not plan to attend the game, Lugetti said. No funeral arrangements have been made. And this article is from San Diego Union Tribune. Police, no suspects in Jazz owner's in-law slaying. And here is the victim, Sherri Black. And here we have, look at the again, talking. The San Diego Union Tribune article is pretty much the same with the Sacramento Bee. Miller and other family members huddled Wednesday with the judges. And they had a special website for Sherri Black, made sherriblackinfo.com. Reminds something, maybe. Find Kiely Rodni, with Sammy made, and Sammy made also Instagram page. It was already made 7th of August was the first post, and 6th of August, early hours, she went missing. Family and friends of Sherri Black to post reward flyers in South Salt Lake neighborhood. Again, flyers were very, very seen in Kiely Rodni case. A little bit too much seen. Like it's good to have flyers, but if you are going to be plastering them the same little town, the same wall 100 times, I'm not sure if that's the best way to go. I'm sure it looks good, like, hey, we are really doing our all. But if you believe she has been kidnapped, why don't you give more information then? Why teenagers are not giving more information about these creepy dudes? What are the strange drugs? Nothing but silence. And why Moonshine Inc., local newspaper, didn't update about this missing case much? No, they didn't post about the hoodies, for example. And why Sammy didn't post about the surveillance photo to Find Kiely Instagram page? Curious about that. Why she didn't post about the white hoodie, a black hoodie. It was just for pleading information and getting teenagers to come to her. It wasn't really about Kiely, now was it? Anyway, here is the press release. It just says about the reward and where they are gonna post flyers. And the reward was for 100,000 for information that leads to the arrest and conviction of Sherri's killer. They have been sent to 6,000 homes and businesses within South Salt Lake area, announcing the reward. And here is contact information for Greg and Heidi Miller, and as well local law enforcement. And media wishing to speak to them earlier may make arrangements through Linda Lugetti and there is her email and phone. Family gathers to remember Sherri Black, seek help in solving killing. And this was 2019. And then 2020, DA files the murder charges in 2010 death of Sherri Black. So it took about 10 years to file charges. So we need to keep Kiely's name out there so law enforcement can't just forget her. And he faced charges of aggravated murder and desecration of a human body. They used DNA phenotyping in finding him. And then detectives were able to surreptitiously obtain a sample of Durber's DNA for comparison to the DNA left at the scene. The unfortunate thing about Kiely Rodni case is that the body is already cremated, and Lindsay made sure it was fast, our Rodni family. So any DNA is harder to find now because they make sure of it, and I don't trust that coroner that much. Heidi and Greg Miller, Black's daughter and son-in-law, issued a statement saying, and they like to thank law enforcement, and of course now it's appropriate. In Kiely Rodni case, it wasn't appropriate because they didn't do anything, and then they didn't thank AWP. Instead, they're just threatening to sue him or sue them. The story hasn't been fully told. Panel to discuss Sherri Black murder case, and I just included here like how they are doing something good. And trying to help other victims as well. Penter took over as the lead detective in the Black murder investigation in 2018. He said he and his team put in numerous hours of work trying everything from a new technique called phenotyping to genealogy with Parabon nanolabs. The Miller family even put Pender in touch with a person who worked in genealogy department at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Pender said his team had hundreds of names to check out and followed the possible lineage of potential suspects back to the 1800s. And here you can kind of see that sometimes it just needs new agency or detective to take a look into cases. And of course we are trying to open the Kiely Rodni case again because it's not accident. So they founded Sherri Black Foundation. The foundation helped push for the passage of the Sherri Black Bill, which set guardrails for police to search optional genetic testing databases for investigations of violent crimes. Matching the DNA was the final piece of the puzzle in her mother's murder investigator, but the story hasn't been fully told, noting that there are even family members who haven't heard the full story. Miller said it's important for her to continue to make a difference with her foundation by providing research to do things such as teach police how to use DNA evidence, as well as offering crime assessment training, symposiums, case consultation to families searching for answers, and community support for the advancement of investigative tools. Could I continue to do good, Miller said. So here's the third case Lugeti was involved with. Third Bridegan murder mystery. Ex-wife's new husband was brought over cat killing. Like, this dude is no good. He has been threatening others and killed a cat, and the kids have been complaining that he grabs their arm too aggressively. And here is again a quote from Lugeti. A criminal defense attorney representing Gardner, Fernandez, and Fernandez forwarded a request for comment to Linda Lugeti, a media specialist. At this time, Shanna and Mario declined to participate, she wrote. So, her job is just basically to say no comment, or when it's the victim or something, then it's to push information, get the victim's family and their story to the news. Here is a connection to criminal defense attorney and Linda Lugeti, so it's interesting. Here it doesn't say also is she working with Chris Thomas' PR firm or not, or how Shanna had the idea to hire Linda. But they are all in the Mormon community in Salt Lake City, so maybe they know each other. Except Linda, I don't think she is. At least it has never been said, I guess. Like, I haven't noticed. Jacksonville Beach police make arrest in Jared Bridegan death. They say suspect did not act alone. So, yeah, they arrested some 61-year-old felon. But they also say he didn't act alone. Bridegan still had his now 3-year-old daughter in a car seat when he stopped to remove a tire from the road near the exit of the Sanctuary neighborhood on February 16th. He had a regular route he took home after his scheduled visits with his twin 10-year-old son and daughter. This night, police said he was shot multiple times while his vehicle's hazard lights were still flashing. This was planned and target ambush and murder, Smith said. It was unclear if the shooter or shooters knew his daughter was in the backseat, but she was unharmed. Police soon released security video from homes and businesses in the area that night, showing a pickup truck they are trying to learn more about, a dark-colored Ford F-150 with tan or brown running boards, likely a 2004 to 2008 model, with a silver toolbox in the back. And here they released security video from homes, businesses. And yes, it's there. They have suspicion about this pickup truck. It might be involved, but why they never released Kiely Rodni's surveillance video from the gas station? Because it was the last known location, at least confirmed. So, and it would give idea what Kiely looks like, how she walks, her behavior. Usually, those are released to the public. Prodigan, an executive with Microsoft, had a long and bitter divorce with about 300 entries and motions in the court file. Attention quickly swirled around his ex, 35-year-old Shanna Gardner Fernandez, and her husband, 34-year-old Maria Enrique Fernandez. So much so that she hired a prominent defense attorney to fend off the media, citing invasive photos of her and her children at a local park and implications she was somehow involved with the plot. And she hired a prominent defense attorney, and she didn't like the attention media was giving, and there was all this implication that maybe she was involved, and social media was very frantic. And this is probably how Linda probably handled this interview to the Jacksonville paper to get Shanna's story out. She said the public scrutiny and speculation had become very loud, and it made her children feel unsafe. My kids are 10. They understand everything that is going on, she told the Times Union in June. They see this and they are scared, terrified, and struggling. In Kiely Rodni case, there were a lot of talk of how the teens are struggling. Not so much about Kiely. No, it was like how teens are doing so much. I guess he was like all about the teens. Like, can we praise the teens? Can we thank the teens? And then there was like the concert, and then there was the concert, and in the flyer it said "Country for Kiely," that let's thank our teens or something like that. Again, about the teens, like we all know who they mean when they say teens. Sammy and others. Like, of course they mean other teens as well, but Sammy was very vocal, like she's a teen handling shirts and taking care of the teen-to-teen meetings. Through spokeswoman Linda Lugetti, Gardner Fernandez declined to comment on Wednesday's arrest. She too will continue to wait for additional news and a resolution. She is focused on her children and keeping her priority, Lugetti said. And meanwhile, Prodigan's 31-year-old widow, Kirsten, set up an Instagram account just for Jared B. to tell his story and seek resolution as she takes care of their 2 toddler children. And you can see who is the victim and how they are demanding answers and justice. Unfortunately, in Kiely case, family isn't doing that, so we have to do that for Kiely. For Gardner Fernandez, she told the Times Union in her June interview, "I feel for Jared's family and what they are going through. I can't even imagine," she said. "I have tried to be respectful. I have tried to give them space." Here's a little snippet from Sun magazine and how did Shanna react to Jared's death. On June 14, 2022, it was revealed that Shanna hired a criminal defense lawyer. Shanna's lawyer, Henry Cox III, issued a statement to Fox Digital and disclosed that he was hired by the former and her second husband, Maria, for the purpose of seeing if steps could be taken to protect her young twins from any publicity surrounding this tragic event. As for any other reason for the family to have or need counsel, whether it be myself or anyone else, there is none. And this is how it was spun, kind of like, yeah, we don't need criminal defense lawyer, we just want help because of kids. And here is the defense lawyer, Henry M. Cox III, working for Bedell from Bar Admissions, Florida, Virginia. U.S. Supreme Court. Education, Washington Lee University School of Law, Lexington, Virginia. In Tennessee, Political Science, University of the South. Federal attorneys recognized in 2023 super lawyers. Murder victim's ex-wife is separate from her new husband, who was just charged in the crime, company says. March 26, 2023. So, Shanna's new husband is charged for the murder of his wife's former husband, Jared Bardigan. After her new husband was charged with murdering her ex, a company linked to Shanna Gardner Fernandez claimed that she has been separated from her current. We have no further details about the situation other than what has been reported by the media, says Stamping Up, a papercraft and direct sales business owned by her parents. And this Shanna's parents are rich, and they have this business they have made, and it's known in Utah and Salt Lake City, and Brennan family with money. And his ex was also Mormon and rich. And this is article about law and crime. Now her parents' Utah-based company tells their salespeople, which are called demonstrators, that she is separate from Fernandez Saldana. She's making her moves. And Linda Luchetti obviously isn't anymore working for her because the Utah-based company is, her parents' company is making these statements now, which is quite weird move, I think. Maybe it would be helpful just family to issue the statement, because I wouldn't want my parents' company to be involved with this, and parents have worked hard for their company and then their children. Stamping Up is aware that Mario Fernandez, Shanna Gardner's current husband, has been arrested in conjunction with an ongoing investigation. Shanna, Shelly and Sterling's daughter, and Mario have been separate for an extended period of time, the company wrote, later adding, "We understand that some demonstrators have received troubling comments about this matter on their social media platforms. Please feel free to delete comments of an inappropriate nature and block report those commentators on your personal accounts." Okay, that's why maybe the company is making the comments, because it's affecting them as well. And this article is in New York Post, January 24th, 2023. Murdered Microsoft exec Jared Bridegan's ex moves cross-country as cop sources reveal major breaking case. Another source told the outlet that Bridegan's ex-wife Shanna Gardner Fernandez and her second husband Maria Fernandez remain suspects in the mysterious killing. Gardner Fernandez, 35, and Bridegan, 33, divorced in 2016 reportedly after she had an affair, sparking angry years-long accusations from both in court filings that continued until his death. So maybe there's the motive. But I don't know if Shanna has been arrested yet, or is there any connection yet. I don't know if Shanna has been arrested yet or have they found evidence of her involvement, but I think it's pretty clear because I don't think the husband would just hire alone a hitman for his current wife's ex. But you never know, of course. So she moved to Washington and dumped his husband. So her parents bought the new ranch from Washington. Shirley Gardner founded the papercraft company Stamping Up, which has an estimated annual revenue of more than $100 million a year, according to InFact. Her parents are prominent figures in the Mormon community known as the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, LDS. They were in West Richland this past week visiting their daughter and grandchildren, and attended the service solo Sunday at a local LDS church. Church was also a devout adherent of the faith, but his ex-wife drifted from the religion after their 2010 marriage. Gardner Fernandez denied having an affair, but she admitted to Florida Times Union that she had asked a tattoo parlor employee in 2015 if he knew anyone who would shut up her ex-husband. However, she insists that was just talk, putting it down to things people say during bitter divorces without seriously, However, she insisted that was just talk, putting it down to things people say during bitter divorces without serious deadly intent. Yeah, right. And then her ex-husband just ends up dead in the numbers. Our relationship was pretty complicated and remained pretty complicated. Update. I recorded this video a while back and I have been editing it quite slowly, so the update is that the ex-wife, Shanna, she has been arrested for the murder of her ex-husband as well, and she might face death penalty. I want to go over Miller family as well a little bit because Linda Lugetti worked for them, or at least for their company, so I want to explain what that company is. And here is Miller Dynasty. They are a very known, prominent family in Utah. Very rich and powerful. But they are Mormons as well, so you can kind of pick on how they want to give to community, and they talk about that a lot. And they volunteer in soup kitchens and stuff like that, and they donate money for hospitals and stuff like that. So here on top is Larry Miller. He has passed away 2009 because of diabetes, and he bought and managed other car dealerships and made his fortune that way. And they have stuck on to that. Sundays are rest days, and he lobbied hard that Utah should consider taking that account, that Sunday should be a rest day, so otherwise the competition is too much for them because their auto car dealership have to take rest day, and others can serve on Sundays as well. And here right is Gail Miller, Larry Miller's widow, and she has in recent years married herself to Kim R. Wilson, and he's a lawyer at Snow Christensen Martino law firm. And Larry Miller's and Gail Miller's have 5 children. Unfortunately, one have passed away, Roger Miller. He passed away 2013 at 45 years old. Reason is not released. And my My speculation is maybe it was suicide. And here are their spouses: Greg is married to Heidi, Steve to Jenny, and Karen to Adam. But Karen and Adam, they are not as public as others, so it's hard to find information. Brian married to Heather Dawn Miller. And they all kind of work for the Larry H. Miller group, or at the charities, and nowadays they have family foundation as well, so the children are on the book. And here is Brian. He changed his name to Brilliant just to be more authentic. And he's a writer, coach, and philanthropist. And I think he has stepped down from the Miller Group, and he has his own good living thing going on. He has podcasts, and he helps people to find their happiness and how to find it. And you have it in you. You just have to learn to use it and find your happiness purpose. And I just wanted to include this because it was that's a funny thing I noticed. Each of us has the opportunity to choose happiness unconditionally and to build the skills that allow us to experience no matter what. I'm sure there was billions didn't hurt finding that happiness, but that's great for him. And here is Chris Thomas. He's a partner in Intrepid and president of the company. It's famous for its PR, communications, and crisis management. And he is close with the Miller family. And Miller family is close with Linda Luchetti. And Linda worked for Sherri Papini's media rep on behalf of Chris Thomas' company. And Chris Thomas has his own company as well, Chris Connects. And these people are close to each other. And I'm just presenting this like what would be the connections to Truckee. So bear that in mind. Chris Thomas is also known for the Elizabeth Smart kidnapping case because he was media rep for the Smart family during the kidnapping, and after that he stayed close with the family and has helped Elizabeth to become an advocate for abduction victims, and he has wrote a book recently about the kidnapping and the media and how it was a frenzy and how he handled it, and the law enforcement who wasn't that great. And here's again the Miller dynasty, because we are going to go deeper what the Larry H. Miller Group is. We are the Larry H. Miller Company. From our beginning, 1979, we have paired our core values of integrity, hard work, stewardship, and service. We are the Larry H. Miller Company, a portfolio of companies and investments united by one mission: enriching lives. Go about doing good until there's too much good in the world. Larry H. Miller. Well, that's a challenge, but if they're really doing it, then I'm supporting them. But these are pretty strong words, but you can see how much they at least want to portray. They want to do good and build communities, but it's also good to remember Larry H. Miller is $1 billion company. Building communities, business-minded, values-driven, and community-focused. From our beginning in 1979, we have paired our core values of integrity, hard work, stewardship, and service with world-class leadership and a commitment to excellence. Today, we manage a portfolio of companies, investments, and philanthropic endeavors. Coalition of Utah Leaders launched a campaign to bring Major League Baseball to Salt Lake City. So they have kind of this cars and sports thing going on. A rich history. From the very beginning, Larry H. and Gail Miller believed that as they prospered in business, they had an obligation to enrich lives and contribute to the communities where they did business. We honor our legacy and work to build a better future. And here is a little glimpse what they do. Portfolio, a singular focus. The Larry H. Miller Company began with a single automotive dealership, purchased in 1979. Our business acumen paired with our values has resulted in a growing portfolio of companies and investments. And they had real estate, healthcare, finance, lending, entertainment, and sports. And I wanted to include this community part here. Week of Service. Each year we pay tribute to our founder, Larry H. Miller, around his birthday in April with a week of service. By giving back to the communities where we live and do business, we honor his values and example. So Linda worked for the company, so I think she has kind of gotten this volunteer work from there, and before that she volunteered already. So it's possible she decided to volunteer in Kiely Rodni case, but I still have my suspicions, because who comes to volunteer? I don't know. It's just from all the way. And around this family, Kiely Rodni family, there are so many people like talking for them, and Cassie and Steve, who claims to be private investigator and in talks with the family, but it's just so weird. Like, if this is an accident, like, why do you need this many people in this case? The Larry H. and Gail Miller Family Foundation was established in 2007 to continue the philanthropic spirit exemplified by Larry and Gail Miller for future generations. The Miller Family Foundation supports programs that enrich lives and communities in the areas of health and shelter and food security, education and jobs, and economic self-reliance. Education. Larry H. and Gail Miller's love of education inspired the creation of the Larry H. Miller Education Foundation. They also have these employee-dependent scholarships. Enrichment Scholarship. This innovative program provides educational opportunities to underserved students in need. Driven to Teach. Driven to Teach is designed to make American history come alive by taking teachers out of the classroom and introducing them to important historical sites all over the country. Employee Giving. Formed in 1995, Larry H. Miller Charities is an employee-funded and coordinated 501c3 public charity whose mission focuses on supporting programs that help women and children, especially in the areas of health and education. Financial grants are made to qualified nonprofits that are located in communities where the Larry H. Miller Company portfolio companies are based. Funds are generated through LHM employee and company contributions, including the Give Us 5 program, through which employees may choose to donate $5 per paycheck or more. Employee contributions are matched by the Miller family and remain in the state where donated to benefit the local community. Larry Yates and Gail Miller Family Foundation gives $3.5 million to support mental health crisis care. Here's an article in the company side 2018 where the company invited a panel to discuss the importance of inclusion and diversity in the workplace. And there's Linda in the middle. And Utah Jazz was bought by Ryan Smith, a tech billionaire, and he promised the Utah Jazz wouldn't be moved out of Utah. And it was interesting how before this, the Intrepid company, Chris Thomas company, helped to put a trust where the Utah Jazz was, like, the ownership was moved, and it was in order that it couldn't be taken out of Utah. But since Ryan Smith bought Utah, so the trust isn't anymore working. It's just like they sold it in the idea that Ryan promised not to take it out of Utah. The house Larry H. Miller built after selling the Jazz and now their car dealerships. What's next for Utah's first family of business? One of Utah's biggest businesses made another major announcement on Wednesday: the sale of the Larry H. Miller Auto dealerships, a portfolio of over 70 auto centers across the West that were all owned for over 4 decades by the Miller family. Now you are going to see us becoming more of a diversified portfolio management company, owning and operating businesses and investments. It represents a natural and really exciting maturity and evolution of what Larry and Gail started in 1979. And that was it from the Larry H. Miller companies. And next we go to Chris Thomas, and he was known for the Elizabeth Smart kidnapping case for being media rep, and Linda Lugetti worked for Chris Thomas' firm, and it was mentioned in the Sherri Papini's kidnapping house that Linda Lugetti was media rep for Papini and working on behalf of Chris Thomas firm. So that's why I'm including Chris Thomas as well. And he is close with Miller's. And it started already in school where he interviewed Larry Miller about Utah Jazz, Miller's first one-on-one interview. And Chris Thomas interviewed Larry Miller about Utah Jazz for the school paper. It was Miller's first one-on-one interview, and he got the permission to go to the basketball game if he was going to do article about the game to the school paper, and he wanted to interview Miller, and his mom was like, you should ask him, and then he asked and got a yes. And here is his LinkedIn: author, speaker, communication professional, Westminster University, and also lives in Salt Lake City. Here is his experience: sports editor, account executive, account supervisor. And it says he has been president of the Intrepid agency 22 years and 8 months, but I'm not sure if he has been president there full time. But at least now he is president. Chris Thomas is an author, speaker, and communication executive. He has 25 years of experience developing and executing hundreds of communications campaigns for clients ranging from Fortune 500 companies and professional sports teams to government entities and non-profit organizations. He also has managed more than 300 crises, including data breaches, racial controversies, litigation, murders, and numerous investigative reports. He has experience managing several high-profile projects, including the Elizabeth Smart kidnapping, rescue, and trial of her abductors. Thomas is the author of Unexpected, the backstory of finding Elizabeth Smart and growing up in the culture of an American religion, published by Post Hill Press and distributed by Simon & Schuster. He also has presented more than 100 speeches to the audience around the US and in Puerto Rico, Belgium, and Hong Kong. Before joining Intrepid, Thomas directed partner relations for March 1st, working out of its San Francisco and Salt Lake City offices. So he has ties to San Francisco as well. Experience working with Publicist Dialogue and as the sports editor of the Park Record in Park City, Utah. Thomas has received several awards, including 7 Silver Anvils, the highest honor in the public relations industry, and as well as PR Platinum, Tellys, Bulldogs, and Golden Spikes. He has been named as one of the nation's top crisis communicators by PBI Media, has been named Utah's Professional Communicator of the Year, and is the recipient of National Guard's Minuteman Award. Under Thomas' leadership, Intrepid has been named Utah's Best Public Relations Agency 16 times, including 13 years running. Thomas earned a bachelor's degree in communication from Westminster College and holds certificates in negotiations from Harvard Law School and crisis communications from the Public Relations Society of America. For more information about Thomas, or to book him for media interviews and speaking engagements, visit christhomasconnects.com. Here is some of his activities in LinkedIn, and he has promoted this article from Salt Lake Rotary Club, so he has connections to Rotary Club, and I included this Elizabeth Smart post. And Amanda Covington worked for Miller Company, and Amanda Covington works for the Miller Company, and he was awarded for the Salt Lake Chamber Award or something, Athena Leadership Award 2023. So Chamber also connections. Of course, this doesn't prove how good the relationships are, but I would imagine quite good. He knows people. And here is Intrepid Agency writing about the Utah Jazz Legacy Trust. Thank you, Millers. And here you can see Steve, and here you can see him with Gail Miller. And here is his book launch about the Elizabeth Smart kidnapping And here is Linda Lugetti, and she is on the left side. And there is also Jenny Miller, who is married to Steve Miller. And here is Chris doing some interviews together with Elizabeth Smart. ABC, all those big channels. He did a press tour with Elizabeth. When the news broke 32 years ago that Larry and Gail had purchased the team to keep in Utah, it was a defining moment in my life. This announcement and the people behind it set in motion a series of events that impacted my passions, educational pursuits, and ultimately my career. In short, I begged my grandfather to take me to the game. The night of the Millers purchased the team to experience the big announcement. He agreed and offered to pay for the tickets if I would write a story about it for the school newspaper. Oh, it was grandfather and not mom. Sorry. I meticulously captured every detail of the announcement and the game, including the Jazz presenting the game ball to Larry, signifying the team had been saved. Later that evening, my mom convinced me to call and request an interview with Larry, and to my surprise, he returned the call. He told me I was getting a scoop, the first one-on-one interview he had granted. Larry advised me to follow my passions. And to never forget the lesson of being courageous enough to ask. All these years later, I recently had the opportunity to hold the same game ball that was presented to Larry that night, a relic of an important memory I had captured in my history. As I carefully rotated the ball reading the signatures of the 1984-85 team, a flood of memories and emotions came over me. While it is difficult to adequately communicate these feelings, my gratitude to the Miller family then and now cannot be understated. Not only has my life been enriched by Larry's kind act to me personally, I have also enjoyed countless memories watching, listening, attending jazz games with my late grandfather, my father, and now my children. I'm grateful the legacy trust into this grandness. Okay, well, that trust is gone. And yeah, now his children are going to the game. And here is Chris Thomas' own firm, Chris Thomas Connects, writer, speaker, and storyteller. Whether it's writing, speaking, or developing and executing campaigns, Chris works to communicate in a manner that's different, fresh, and unexpected. One that evokes emotion and connects with key audiences. For more than 25 years, he has worked with clients ranging from Fortune 500 companies to professional sports teams, managed more than 300 issues and crises, and contributed to several books before writing his own. He has delivered hundreds of speeches to audiences around the United States. He also has delivered hundreds of speeches to audiences around the United States and abroad. Chris is best known for his work as the family publicist during Elizabeth Smart's kidnapping and rescue, the trial and sentencing of her abductor, and in helping position Elizabeth as one of the leading child advocates in the United States. Each year, he continues to consult with several families in high-profile crises. Chris is president of Intrepid, a boutique communications consultancy. He helped grow Intrepid from a small startup in 2001 to one of the most successful in Utah today. Under crisis guidance, Intrepid has gained a national reputation for its crisis and issues management work. The firm also provides public relations and marketing services to clients in a diversity of industries. During his first year at Intrepid, Chris found himself working one of the highest profile cases in the world, the kidnapping of Elizabeth Smart. Over the 9.5 months she was missing, he fielded more than 10,000 calls from journalists, helped lobby for passage of the National Umbrella Law, and managed the crush of media after Elizabeth was rescued. I think this is interesting about the Umbrella and how he and Elizabeth lobbied for the Umbrella nationwide that alerts when child is kidnapped or abducted, whatever you want to say. And if you remember, Lindsay, Kylie's mom, said in a community meeting that don't play law enforcement if they don't want to issue the umbrella. We can lobby this later to the politicians, maybe change the laws or something like that. And I'm just thinking, who put that thought in her mind? Was Chris Thomas, Linda Lugetti already working for her? I don't know. Maybe. Later, he planned and executed Elizabeth's surprise wedding in Hawaii and helped with the announcements surrounding the birth of her children and divorce of her parents. He still closely advises Elizabeth today. The experience working with the Smart family led to many other opportunities in crisis and issues management. Writing is one of Chris' strong suits and is something that he has always been passionate about. He's author of the recently released book Unexpected, the story of finding Elizabeth's start and growing up in the culture of religion, of an American religion, published by Postil Press. He also has contributed to 3 other books: Strategic Communications, Planning for Public Relations and Marketing, the Crisis Management Guidebook, and Behind the Drive, 99 Inspiring Stories from the Life of an American Entrepreneur. Chris has experience speaking to hundreds of audiences around the country and in Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, and Brussels. Following Elizabeth's rescue, Chris went on an 8-city speaking tour. Since the time, he has spoken to groups of CEOs, attorneys, engineers, business and communication executives, as well as to students. He also has taught master's level classes in crisis communication at his alma mater, Westminster College. And here you can see the book cover of Chris' book about Elizabeth Smart kidnapping. Then we have Intrepid Agency side over here, and there they have kind of put together what they do. And I think this would be interesting to see, like, okay, what do they do and how they can help, for example, families who need a publicist, somebody who handles media. For example, in a kidnapping case or somebody goes missing in that respective. How do you tell your story matters. Let us tell your story in the most powerful way. Well, I have to say this Rodni case has been filled with holes and lies, and it doesn't make sense any at all with the law enforcement information. And it's interesting that the family and friends pushed for abductions, but not law enforcement. I think maybe, just maybe, law enforcement Alex said, yeah, we are like taking a look into the abduction as well, just because to please Lindsay, because I don't know, there's just something how they avoid the whole abduction thing. Like usually law enforcement doesn't say things like that to public unless they have some sort of evidence, and even then they say like, yeah, we have this abduction, which doesn't mean it's an abduction, and it doesn't like mean anything basically. Like it was very weird how it was worded. But then Sam Brown, who is from the Nevada County Sheriff's Office, then he, on the other hand, implied that, yeah, law enforcement also had something to do with labeling it as abduction, because otherwise we wouldn't have gotten the resources we needed. And like, if this was an accident, why did you need 50 FBI agents? Like, why you were pushing for abduction and didn't look into Purser, or there are so many reservoirs as well. Stampede, Boca, and there's Dorna Lake, Tower Lake. Like, it blows my mind, like, how they were like, Lindsay was routing already after the one day Kitty's missing, the day when she reported Kiely missing. So after just that day that we know where she isn't, and just ask for your children and parents more information, like, about this party, where could she be? Like, how they were so sure, like, if Sammy, what she said was true, even though we know it's not true because it's filled with holes, but let's say they believed it. She was very, very drunk. Then how come they didn't treat it as an accident? They couldn't possibly search all the back roads or reservoirs. No way. No way. And that's just interesting to me. Like, why abduction right away? And why Lindsay's friend Marika Beck said, yeah, we think we have reason to believe she went after the party with someone or to another party, and there were some guys and they took her, and it's just so very weird. Like, how did you come up with that conclusion? And then there's this crisis issues and management. Seasoned pros for the most urgent and difficult situations. Under the guidance of Chris Thomas' 25 years of expertise, Intrepid has a national reputation for crisis and issues management. We have managed more than 300 crises and consulted on countless more. We are experienced problem solvers who bring a steady hand and solid strategy for every crisis and issue. We have the resources to consider every tactic, from simple media response to setting up a mission control center, to creating marketing campaigns that direct audiences to temporary microsites. That mission control center just hits my mind. Like, when Cassie said something about the compound and where the RV was set and the rec center, and they have the base camp and the flyers and stuff like that, was their own control center. And even though there was like this crisis management, blah, 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 I don't want people to run too wild about it. I don't think a company like this would get involved in hiding up a crime. Now, I think they maybe could have been like asked how to get the. They could have been asked, like, okay, how we handle this media, can you help with the media, and how we can push this abduction angle to the media, because law enforcement isn't taking that issue as seriously as us. and kind of help with that. And kind of like there's a lot of misinformation, we have to correct it. Like people have been talking bullshit, but it isn't true. So maybe they help with that to get their story out. So, interpret telling what their services are. Immediate crisis response, because minutes matter. We are available 24/7 to help you respond to any situation. The sooner we are engaged, the quicker we can help develop a strategy and response to manage and complicated issues and mitigate even the most extenuating circumstances. We can help you with media response, interview preparations, and communicating with key audiences. Proactive crisis planning. Preparation over panic. Prepare for the worst, achieve the best. Proactive crisis planning helps to ensure more effective response, better brand and reputation damage mitigation, and create a confidence for your executives and managers alike. A working loose planning, tune-up stable job simulation and crisis spokesperson training. Our experience. Crisis can hit anytime and in any way. We have unprecedented experience and a proven track record for helping our clients respond and mitigate all types of crises. Data breach, cyber hacking, industrial accidents, investigative reports, corporate pornography, state and federal audits, sexual harassment, litigation, phishing attacks, protests, murders, kidnappings, but there it is said, kidnappings. They can help. And this was believed to be kidnapping. Environmental, at least by the family. At first. Environmental issues, social media controversies, corporate downsizing, racial issues, viral video. That video went viral. That means just saying. But nothing could help with that. And they have helped with racial controversy. And here I thought I could go like what they do actually. Developed response and messaging for multiple audiences. Helped negotiate and coordinate initial response with government entity. Pitch and coordinate interviews with media covering controversy. We had multiple interviews in this case. Collaborate on outreach to affected groups. Prepared and organized response at public meetings. Briefed and trained national sales brokers for response in other markets, managed ongoing media response, served as a secondary spokesperson, clarified and corrected record, consulted on reputation restoration campaign. We helped the company communicate its message and apologize in a highly charged emotional environment. Although the company was not able to maintain its business with the local government entity, its proactive efforts helped to contain the situation and prevent loss of business in other similar markets. And here is also the Elizabeth Smart crisis. Elizabeth Smart's kidnapping spread like wildfire across the nation. It came very known across the nation, across the globe, just like Kiely Rodni's case. And interview was front and through it all, helping family go through the investigative and after the capture and trial for abductors. And then help after that with Elizabeth's personal branding, positioning, messaging, and media and issues management. The work, what they actually did into the Elizabeth Smart crisis. organized dynamic crisis response following adoption, trained and prepared family spokespersons. I think this is interesting because in the media interviews that came out, people were talking very similarly, like using the same phrases or stuff like that. So were they trained? Sort of secondary spokesperson completed hundreds of interviews, developed and executed National Amber Alert campaign, fielded more than 10,000 media inquiries during first 9 months, managed media response surrounding Elizabeth's rescue, coordinated media during the trial and sentencing of Elizabeth's abductors, assist with personal branding and positioning, organized and executed Elizabeth's surprise wedding. Anyway, continue to provide ongoing reputation issues management. Also, it would be good to remind that even though families would have hired some help for media, it doesn't mean like the company can do whatever. They also have to respect that what like the family asked them to do. So it has been very, very silent after she was found, and no one's holding accountable Sammy, law enforcement, nothing. But then they are going after Ryan Upchurch because he said something they didn't like. Like, I'm sure it was hurtful. But like, is that the most important thing right now? I just can't with that family. The result: during an incredibly difficult time, we helped the Smart family through several controversies and issues surrounding Elizabeth's abduction and investigation. We played a key role in the effort to help pass National Amber Alert legislation and successfully managed a crush of media covering Elizabeth's rescue. Later interviewed help with response to the trial. Yeah. Immediate crisis response, because minutes matter. We are experienced problem solvers who bring a steady hand and solid strategy for every crisis and issues. We have the resources to consider every tactic, from simple media response and setting up mission controls and creating marketing campaigns that direct crisis issues management. Season pros for the most urgent, difficult situations. Public relations. You have a powerful story, tell it in the most powerful way. The best PR is blend of the right strategy, the right narrative, and the right platform to be heard. The best PR is a blend of the right strategy, the right narrative, and the right platform to be heard. No one does that better than Intrepid. We have earned a reputation for making a big impact for our clients. Using well-honored skills. Messaging, connecting the dots. The thing that differentiates Intrepid from other PR firms. The thing that differentiates Intrepid from other PR firms is our proven process for developing effective messaging that resonates with key audiences. Our studied approach ensures your story is focused on message and aligns to your objective. Whether it's via media outreach, digital experiences, content creation, or other communications. Media relations. Tell your story. Media relations is about more than getting ink and airtime. It's about crafting the right story. There was some crafting, alright. But it didn't help with this case, or was it just to craft so many stories that they can just to confuse people? And placing it where it will have the most impact. Our media experts and former journalists will develop story angles and pitches that get results, maximizing them through earned and online coverage, content, and the social media. Creative, evoke an emotional response. Creative brings an idea to life and generates an emotional reaction. Our seasoned team can create a visual brand identity, collateral content, educate, excite, and engage. Our storytelling strengths lie in understanding the needs and behaviors of your audience, and then delivering thoughtful, relevant content to them in ways that spark engagement and foster relationships. We offer content planning videos, case studies, articles, infographics, white papers, blogs, and sales enablement and training. Media planning. Create consistency across channels. Your audience moves from channel to channel, so your story needs to move with them. We use an analytical approach to target paid placements that complement your PR plan. This ensures your story is told across channels, performs well, and works closely with your earned efforts. Public involvement. Build mutual trust. Using industry best practices and tools, we engage the public and listen to issues and concerns. Somebody should have listened. People yelling, "What is Sammy?" Last person to check and see Kiely Rodni, a missing person, telling people they need to leave, take kids to her, so she can interview them and give the information to cops. There is just no way this could happen in any other case, like no way. And how it happened here is still mind-boggling. And somebody should be held accountable. Law enforcement really screwed up. Whether it was unpurposeful or not, but they screwed up. There is no way, 18 years old, making sure she gets pieces of car bumpers and, evidence, and is interviewing witnesses without cops. So she gets the information and she can filter it and give it to cops. That is witness tampering. Like that should not be possible. We can help you implement effective solutions that keep projects moving. We can help you with strategy and planning, meeting facilitations, local government coordinations, grassroots outreach, and more. Well, didn't Cassie say they have, 5 teams? Didn't Cassie say they have 5 teams, and one is law enforcement, one is teen, one is social media, one is family team. So they are kind of working all together. Here is also some Mountain Heights Academy. They made a campaign for it. And the Elizabeth Smart crisis, the situations. The news of Elizabeth Smart's kidnapping spread like wildfire across the nations. Interviewed was front and center through it all, helping the family navigate through the investigation, her rescue, and the trial of her abductors. Here's their work of crisis and issues management. National data breach, the situation. So they have like some public company with a data breach, which impacted millions of customers in 46 states. Within 24 hours of discovering the possible data breach, we began developing a strategic plan and started monitoring online and social media with a focus on cybersecurity media and blogs that report on data breaches. So did they, in Kiely Rodni case, if they were involved? But it doesn't mean, although it was interviewed, it could be just like what people can do when there's a missing person case. So they monitor social media and the key audiences. So in Kiely case, very early on, people noticed YouTube, the Kiely Rodni Reddit page and Twitter. There were people coming on very strongly for people who tried to bring facts about this case. Like the Reddit was total censorship. They didn't allow people to talk about Sammy because you can't believe him. I'm like, okay, but what if herself said it? Like, it's not bullying, it's just her bringing her facts. Like, I don't get it. And then there was some, when it was found, car from the water, they didn't let people to say it was foul play. They was very hardly it was accident in the Reddit and censorship, people bringing facts. Like somebody talk total bullshit how the car could have ended up in water, and I brought the car had one window down and something like that, and my message was removed for misinformation. Can you believe that? My quoting newspapers, I saw it in my fucking own eyes from the video, and they remove it, and then they let all this bullshit, like how could she end up in the water, like some aliens like took her and drop it in the water, and yeah, that message is just fine, but not you bringing up the facts. No, we don't like that. So same in YouTube comments, there were somewhere very strongly, and you could see they are locals because they knew these persons like names and stuff about them, like how emotional they were. And of course, always in cases people are going to disagree. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about these who pushed accident. They became bullies. They attacked who said this is foul play, and they said, oh, you are just bullying Sammy, and then like, how can you bully Sammy because it's her own fucking words against law enforcement information. And that has stuck to me all the time, how weird it is, because Rocky isn't that big. How come there could be this many people coming out and trying to infiltrate social media and trying to push abduction? It was an accident very early on or something like, no, it wasn't the teens. You don't understand us. We drink here and we pass out and it's very normal for us, and you don't know, you are just a prude who doesn't know shit. Like, relax. Teens can be teens because teens are gonna be teens no matter what. And it's like, okay, relax. Like, you need to be a parent still. Like, I had relaxed parents, but would they allow this shit? No. And would they? And I have partied in my life, so I get it. You don't have to say how people act like when they are drunk. I know it, but these are teens. There's a reason teens shouldn't be drinking, and now their 16-year-old is dead. So how about just not like be whatever? And it's in the statistics that when somebody rapes you or sexually assaults you, it's someone you know. And a 16-year-old girl who's passed out in a party, it isn't a good idea. Where there are some horny teenagers who are like looking to score, and like, let's not play, they are not gonna do that. And then there are reports of adult men coming with drugs in hopes to hook up with them. Yeah, that's rape to Ronnie Jones and Nick Mel. I don't get how somebody can just look past that. And yeah, that's probably what pisses up the most. Like, nobody cares about that. And we should just look past that because it's in the culture of truckee. Well, maybe it's just, and everybody just should stop looking, and because it's in the culture of truckee, we just get drunk and we pass out, and if you're gonna pass out, you're gonna sleep there, or you are just gonna be sleeping in the car, or you're just gonna driving home because we don't have Uber here. It's like, weird. Like, you shouldn't apologize. You shouldn't be supporting this kind of culture from teens. And I have seen already 13 years old being with bongs and getting drunk, and it's all over social media. There's not one party pic from this party, even though reports were like they came from all the way to Bay Area. But no photos, no videos. Yeah, I don't buy that. Yeah, I will continue reading this. Once the story broke, we brought a strategy and response messaging analysis with researching and executing in a media notification plan in accordance with federal guidelines. Throughout the crisis, we assisted with all aspects of response from media to partners and customers. The work collaborated closely with inside and outside counsel, HR, C-suite, and corporate communications. To deliver the response strategy, positioning, and messaging. Drafted holding statements. So the work part probably is for us interesting. Monitored online social media. Developed media response strategy and messaging. Researched and executed media notification plan. Coordinated notification and response with partners, including Fortune 500 company. Provided 24/7 assistance over a 4-month period. We worked to ensure the messaging tactics were effective and demonstrated the organization's proactive actions and accountability. Here's about the viral video crisis. When an inflammatory video of a non-English speaking employee being fired when viral, a restaurant franchise found itself in the middle of national controversy. Do you remember what Sammy's parents did for a job? They had a private investigations company, and mom was a lawyer, and they mitigated in government, like, was it in the county or something like that, or was it some in governmental branches in the area, like mitigating employee and workplace issues, For example, if somebody was fired and they became the mediator. And what they did here is collaborate with different departments, developed the response strategy, putting in messaging, drafted talking points, social media posts, restaurant employee scripts, internal communications, and more. Managed all media inquiries, planned and executed a press conference, translated statements of Spanish media, monitored traditional and social media, and assist with ongoing response. Here is a case study about social media crisis. When an employee of large specialty healthcare provider posted discriminatory statements and wild threats against a member of minority group on his personal social media account, the backlash was swift and harsh. And company's legal counsel executed a plan to cite employee privacy policies in lieu of direct response, but we help them understand the negative ramifications of that approach and work with them to develop an effective response plan. Crafted direct messages to the social media responses regarding the issue. Prepared executives for phone conversation with those demanding action. Assisted with online and phone responses. Prepared the team for national media. Assisted with establishing employee social media policy. Digital signage hacking crisis. In the dark of the night, a digital sign for a prominent Intermountain West organization was hacked and the message replaced by a racial slur. The company engaged us to help contain the crisis and mitigate brand damage. We immediately began to divide and conquer, with one team providing immediate response and another working on the broader strategy. Prepared and deployed spokesperson for initial media response. Facilitated conference calls with local organizations representing affected minority group. Organized and coordinated a joint press response with key organizations, monitored and responded to traditional and social media responses. Social engineering crisis. While phishing is a top concern for all IT departments, employees can still fall prey. A high-end West Coast retailer was the victim of phishing attack when a controller replied to an erroneous email and provided text information of hundreds of current and former employees. Oops. We received the call at 10 p.m. and by 10 a.m. the next morning we had tailored and began executing a response plan specific to the company and its industry. And this, you can see how fast they work. Like, it was 10 p.m. and they worked through the night, and by 10 a.m. they had already planned and started executing it. This included immediate and contingent messaging for key audiences. Developed response plan and messaging. Worked closely with outside legal counsel to craft and redefine communications materials, trained key executives on how to communicate with employees and other audiences. Monitored social and traditional media for fallout. And here you can kind of see, like, they go over who could be the key audiences, what would be the channels, and kind of where to go to mitigate the fallout. Like, for example, in true crime, they know Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, those are the places where people like to talk about cases. So those would be kind of like if there would be done something like this in Kiely Rodni case, probably a good idea to go to Reddit, Twitter, YouTube to provide counter narrative to the case. And it doesn't have to be like nefarious. It can be in their mind like, okay, these are the key facts, we need to push this out, like it's not the teens, it's like the creepy old man. And what if the family really believe it's abduction and creepy old man? So like, forget the teens, we need to get like this information out so they really believe it's abduction. I don't know. I'm just bringing ideas what could be done in this case. All we know is Linda Lugetti provided help, volunteered from Salt Lake City all the way to Turkey to help with this case and to help with media. That's all we know. But we also know, like, there's something off about this case. Like, there is so much coming from Turkey that it's not organic. It's Tucker and Kate went to Reno, and then there was like these family interviews, and then there was Sammy interviews, Max interviews, and then there was Steve Fisher coming out, Cassie coming out. So there were kind of a lot talking about the case, but then again not talking about the case. Like, we didn't get much information if you listen to them. They talk very vaguely, and we didn't get very much information what has happened, what was the timeline, stuff like that. And it would be good to remember that law enforcement, if you watch their pressers and what Angela has said, they have always been consistent on one thing. The teens know. And teens need to come forward. And they always treated this as suspicious. Sam Brown talked about, we are not looking for a car or anything like that. We are looking for smaller evidence like that. Here's an article from ksl.com about Chris Thomas and about his book and faith. 20 years after Elizabeth Smart's rescue, new book explores faith, other side she didn't see. And this was also an interesting article because here Chris explains how media was, law enforcement was, how he handled it. For over 9 months, Chris Thomas spent practically every waking moment, and then most nights as he tried to sleep, focused on getting information out about Elizabeth Smart and helping develop strategies that would result in finding the missing Salt Lake teenager. Then 20 years ago, March 12, 2003, hours after Smart was found, walking on a sandy street with Brian David Mitchell and Wanda Barcy, who were arrested and later convicted in court. Thomas met Smart for the first time. She eyed Thomas with suspicion, wondering how he had gotten past all the police officers outside. Elizabeth, you don't know who this is, do you? Her father Ed Smart said after noticing his daughter's reaction. This is Chris. He has done more for you than you can imagine. I consider him a brother. You should too. 20 years later, the bond between Thomas and Smart is still tight, as Thomas remains one of her closest confidants. That story is told in Thomas' new book, Unexpected, the backstory of finding Elizabeth Smart and growing up in the culture of American religion. March 12th will mark 20 years since Smart was rescued. She knows there will be renewed interest in her story and will set aside a day next week to field all the requests she will get for interviews. But on a recent evening in Sunday, the focus was on Thomas. A crowd of about 100 people gathered in the home of Thomas' good friend Jenny Miller for the official launch of his book. Miller family matriarch Gail Miller was also present, and Thomas thanked her for being there, noting there was also a jazz game happening that night. And here you can see Thomas is friends with Millers, and especially with Jenny Miller, who is wife of Steve Miller, one of Gail, and now passed away, father Larry H. Miller's son. You're more important, she tells Thomas. Smart was also there and recounted when Thomas asked her if she would be okay if he wrote a book. You lived it. It's part of your story as well, she recalled telling him before offering a few comments about the book. Typically, I don't attach too much sentiment to my anniversary, if you will. I mean, I will forever be grateful. Don't let me mislead you. I will forever be grateful. But typically, and especially these days, when my kids just don't care, I don't do anything too special about it. But I do have to say, it was quite special reading Chris' book because I didn't leave that aside. I didn't know what it was like, Smart said. While she has heard about the events written in Thomas' book, many times their stories have come from a family member who was dealing at the time with a lot of stress and anxiety. There's still a lot of trauma and emotion attached to that time in my family's life, she said, adding that the book provided clarity for her about much of what happened. I saw things very differently. I wasn't as emotionally invested. I look at it from a different lens than they did, Thomas said about why this book offers a fresh perspective to a story that most people have heard many times over the past 2 decades. Having 20 years is a lot of time to think. Looking at it now, I had the opportunity to analyze a lot. And as I wrote the book, I went through the 4 books that have already been written about the case. I went through numerous news articles, Thomas recalled. Every day things were happening so quickly and you didn't quite know where they were going, or what was going to come next. In writing the book, you could go to those points and slow those down and analyze them and also look at them from different perspectives. What were people thinking? Why were they doing what they were doing? I think it was important to provide that context. It helped me understand things that had happened as well, things that maybe I had some hard feelings about over the years, to better understand and see where people were coming from. So it was a very cathartic experience. No idea he would be still talking about it 20 years later. For the 9 months that Smart was missing, Thomas became as visible in the effort to find her as members of the Smart family themselves. He was hired to be family's spokesman and help handle the media, even though Thomas had never met Elizabeth and didn't know her. He had recently become a partner with the Intrepid Group, a Salt Lake-based public relations firm. The day before Smart's abduction, Thomas and his wife celebrated their 1-year anniversary. Elizabeth's cousins, Sierra, had started an internship with Intrepid a couple of weeks earlier. Thomas also knew Tom Smart, Elizabeth's uncle, who was a desert news photographer, as well as Mike Grass, whose father was Ray Grass, the longtime outdoors editor for the Deseret News. With those media connections, Thomas received a call to help in the case of a girl who was abducted from her bedroom at knife point. So here you can see how kind of like the Smarts decided to hire a spokesperson for themselves, and they are all Mormons, and Thomas also knew Elizabeth's uncle, and then Elizabeth's cousin started an internship with his firm. So there were some connections already, like they already had connections to the news and then a PR firm. And this also kind of gives ideas how Rodni family could have acquired Linda Lugetti for them as well. Like, what were the connections? Did someone in Truckee, Rodni family, Cassie, or how it came that Lugetti started to volunteer or work for the family? Everyone thought she would be found in a few days, and we would go back to our regular clients, Thomas recalled. We had no idea this would go on for 9.5 months, and heaven forbid we would be talking about it 20 years later. Yeah, that was absolutely horrible case. Like, Elizabeth Smart is so strong. In the first several weeks of Smart's disappearance, Thomas worked with a team of 8 people, to field a tsunami of media requests. And nowadays, media has gotten even more crazier with the social media. You have people talking all over the world about this case. And then you have, of course, the traditional media. And then you have traditional media picking up stories from social media. So, how they handle the media request, because Rodni family, Cassie, and friends Sammy, they did quite a lot of interviews to different media outlets, and then social media. Like, did Megan Cole, was she one of the, like, you could be the one in social media trying to steer to a different direction or something like that. Maybe not the greatest pick, or maybe Megan Cole was just like, I'll do it without anyone's orders. But she has always said she's advocated for Sammy, and very strongly about that. Actually, there was so much attention. There were days that the extended Smart family were doing 50 to 60 interviews a day. There were days when it just wasn't humanly possible to field every media request. So having those twice daily press conferences in the early days was an important way to provide information, and then doing the best we could to divide and conquer outside of that, he recalled. We want to be as organized and as strategic as we possibly could, and in the same vein being true to the authenticity of the family in the case. That's a lot of interviews. And they had those daily pressers. Law enforcement also had this daily pressers and info graphics, like these fancy boards, like how many hours they have spent on this case. Like it looked like they are doing a lot, but they weren't doing a lot at the same time, because they were asking the teens to come to them. Why they didn't go to the teens? Why they didn't? Okay, all the teens at the party. We will be at the school at the rec center, and we will interview you guys. Like, just tell what you know. Because it was a senior party, all grades were invited. We know it was Tahoe area, so they should get information from the schools, like who are seniors, and then all the other grades, and work from that. And yes, it would be voluntary. They wouldn't have to come, but it would be very telling who won't come. Because it would be just like, yeah, I wasn't there, and that would be it. You could always tell that too. And if everybody says, I wasn't at the party, it would be very telling as well. As the weeks and months went on, Thomas was forced to take sabbatical from work so he could focus on the SMART case. His physical and emotional health took a toll. 4 of his teeth received permanent damage due to grinding them on a daily basis due to the stress, Thomas writes in his book. On a typical day, Thomas and his team would be up at 3:30 a.m. preparing for the morning news programs and talk shows, and by 11:30 p.m. be looking at news clips from the day and strategizing about what the talking points the next morning should be. And this is exactly what media reps do. They prepare you for the interview, and well, usually they also make connection to make it like the interview happen, and then you prepare you for the interview what you should mention, like for example, for the mom, like mention these, avoid these, so the narrative you are trying to create, and I don't mean this in never's way, but so the message stays clear. So you have those talking points and you don't forget them, like, what should I say? And then you just blah, 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 blah. And then you forget the most important or something like that. And I think Kiely's mom spent, if you look at the interviews, her interviews are all the same. She talks about the text messages, and then she talks how Kiely was. And if she's asked about the friends or something like that, she avoids them and says something like, yeah, I'm not a church person or something like that. I don't have experience. I let other people handle that who have experience. And that's so weird question. Answer. He didn't want to it's so clear he's avoiding answering questions, and she has to hold her tongue so carefully and it sounds so ridiculously what are you trying even saying? What? Doesn't make any sense. You don't know how to search. It's just so weird. Why? Who told you not to speak about the teens or Sammy? Was it Cassie, or was it media rep, or was it your idea or something? Because first I thought, okay, Lindsay is a little bit slow. Sorry. Or maybe she is a little bit naive. and she just didn't want to talk about then. And when she made that slip up, that Cassie, and when she made that slip up that teens are compromising, she stopped herself and took it back. It's very telling, kind of like he wanted to say that, but then she wasn't supposed to say that. So, yeah. So it was clearly like he wasn't supposed to talk about the teens. And then I thought, like, okay, maybe Lindsay and law enforcement has some kind of like, let Sammy just go on and bury herself and let her talk herself to the jail. But also that didn't happen. Like, everybody was 1 year ago like, yeah, but law enforcement, they have a plan. They are just letting Sammy talk and hang herself to the rope they give her. But like, nope. They didn't do anything to Sammy. And Lindsay, when she made that turn, 180 at that 180 turn at the celebration of life, she became so nasty, passive, aggressive. Like, her whole demeanor had changed. When Kiely was missing, Lindsay was first very just pleading for help, anybody to help. And then after 3 days, he was more calm and smiley about things and just talking about Kiely and happy. And then at the celebration live, he was so mean, unnecessarily mean. Like, if you have a grudge against AWP or Ryan Upchurch, why don't you just say it? Or at least allude a little bit. Like, who are you referring here? Like, it's a little bit rude when you have asked for the whole world to help and the case has gone viral. And then you are kind of getting the message out for everybody, like, shut up. Like, I'm sorry, what? Why would you say that? That is so unnecessarily rude. Like, why you couldn't just thank you for the help and maybe just say, like, law enforcement is handling it. And it would be a good time to, like, remember Kiely and stuff like that. But no, she went full attack mode. In those early days I was working 20+ hour days, he said. I'm grateful I was young because there's no way I could keep that pace up now, even for a few days. It was intense. Things were happening constantly. I could never be in enough places or know enough things or be prepared well enough for the circumstances because they were constantly changing. Thomas said, especially early on, a lot of the information the Smart family received was from the media. It was almost uncanny how often we heard new information from the media before we heard it from law enforcement, he said. Things weren't always correct either. Well, things haven't changed that much, I guess. Nowadays you just hear it from social media. And you don't hear much about law enforcement. And how rude law enforcement was in Kiely Rodni cases, like how they yelled at the community meeting was strange. Because they yelled at the community meeting and not at the press conference like for the social media. No, it was in the community meeting, like the community members, like there was no tank top. and it was about this fake news. And then Sam Brown goes on a rant like, we need these positive reactions, like in a panic mode. Like, what positive reactions? Like, what? Like, if somebody in your community says like, hey, I found a job, could it be Kiely's? Maybe just take the tip and you could just say in a press conference or in a social media, yeah, we investigated, it's not Kiely's or related to this case. Like, if you have that much time to go community meetings, have multiple news interviews until I went to several, and have daily pressers and infographics detailing how many hours you are working. Surely you can tweet about the job, because obviously you received it. It just makes me mad. With every new piece of information, Thomas said he and his team would have to figure out what it meant. How should they respond to it? How do they make sense of it? Thomas, however, credits many of the lessons he learned growing up, sometimes from the unlikeliest of sources, that help him deal with the pressures of the Smart case. The Latter-day Saint community and service. While Smart says she enjoyed reading the parts of Thomas' book that focus on the church effort, what she found more exciting were the personal stories he writes about concerning his childhood and growing up in the Mill Creek area. In the book, Unexpected, Thomas alternates between describing what was happening behind the scenes with the inner Smart family circle, while Elizabeth Smart was missing, and about experiences from his own childhood. In particular, he recounts being raised as an active member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and how his faith and the lessons he learned from his childhood played a role in how he handled all that surrounded the investigations into Smart's disappearance and the subsequent drawn-out legal proceedings for Mitchell and Bursey. It wasn't something I set out to write about when I started the book, Thomas said, before later realizing what an important role the culture played in dealing with the Smart case. It was such a key part of the church effort. It was such a key part of the organization of our community. In the Kiely Rodni case, community was a big player as well. Community is mentioned more than Kiely in some people's, like Cassie's, speech. And it was clear that community had to handle this case well. They had to show like they are doing their all. But to me it looked a little bit hollow. Like, let's just get these flyers out and media, and that's about it. Law enforcement, like, hey, give us the details. What really happened? What was this crazy party with drugs and old dudes? I don't know. It's just this whole community thing. This whole community thing has kind of like creased me out. So when this mentioned that as well, I already got like goosebumps. But it's good to remember that every place is like tricky, and this family really wanted that information out, regardless. Law enforcement being very stupid and tunnel vision and not doing their job. But why Rodni family isn't holding law enforcement accountable? That's the question. Thomas says one of the most enduring and life-changing memories from that time is seeing the thousands of volunteers who showed up each day from all walks of life to help look for SMART. He remembers seeing a bus pull up at the church command post. Oh no, not a command post again. And people, some of whom were homeless, get off just as Porsche put up next to them and a crazy well-dressed driver got out. A short time later, both groups were sitting at the same table awaiting instructions on where to search. Time and time again, all walks of life came together, Thomas recalled. They put everything aside and their focus was solely on finding Elizabeth. I remember watching these people interact and thinking there's no way the man that showed up in that Porsche and the people who came on the bus in any other setting would connect in the way they did. And that was so remarkable to see how service changed hearts, how that really brings people together. This reminds me again how Cassie spoke at the event and Lindsay talking about let's not blame law enforcement and put everything aside and not focus. And then the community members said like, let's not focus on teens, but we just have to find Kiely, and it's the creepy old man, not the teens. Service is part of our DNA, Thomas continued, talking about the Latter-day Saint faithful. It was such an amazing story to people on the outside. They couldn't believe that 10,000 people would stop everything, many taking off work to go and search for her. That's remarkable. Unfortunately, in the Kiely Rodni case, they showed up for the press conference at the campground, but there wasn't much searching. Not from family, not from friends, not that many community members. I mean, there were some, of course, and I feel so bad for them because they really wanted to find Kiely when law enforcement, friends and family are just sitting around and talking about abductions and stuff like that. And then there are like these older men just like trying to go all the dirt roads and stuff like that. And it's so, and that one guy who was almost crying, like thinking like he has her own daughter, and it was clearly like important for him like to be at the church because he understood like when a girl goes missing or any kid goes missing, you have to start looking for. You just have to check everything. And Lindsay was after one day. She's not there. Not at the presser. Something to think about. How can you be so sure? Nobody was thinking accident. And now they want everybody to think accident. Now. Without any explanation. Weird. Thomas would hear over and over from people outside of Utah about how well the members of the church take care of their own and how well organized the church efforts were. He also says church members are very competitive, which contributed to the success of the intense church efforts and was true of the SMART family who would stop nothing to find Elizabeth. I wish Rodney's would fight justice for Kiely Rodni and not give up. I remember the early days there was talk about Scientology in Truckee, but nothing has panned out. Like, who are the members and like who could be the members and if there are Scientology members. But there are other churches as well. And like what the Mac's boyfriend Steve goes to. Lindsay and Cassie seem to be more spiritual and taking all things cool from another religions, like prayer flags from Buddha, and then they are like burning sage and stuff like that. Tension with police media. Thomas also talks in his book about some of the not-so-fond memories during that time, including conflicts with the Salt Lake City Police Department and some members of the media. And this is interesting here because Rodni family have always been like, respect the law enforcement even though they screwed up, and even Grandpa was like, hey, you have to respect the law enforcement, like if you need to call 911, like what does that have to do with anything? Like, yeah, if you have a problem, yeah, call 911, but it doesn't mean like they screwed up, like we should look the other way. No, they should be held accountable, and there should be inquiry like what the fuck really happened, why Sam Brown was talking circles about the pinks and murky waters and stuff like that, what was clearly not true. Of the media, especially locally, are good folks with no agenda. Or so you think. At least Moonshine Inc. isn't the best paper to get information. Just saying. That's in Truckee, but maybe in Salt Lake City it's different. Not everyone is like that. There are those with an agenda and out to make a name for themselves and try to sensationalize the story, he said. Thomas says there is no way to control the media narrative. But by coming up with a plan to make the Smart family so available and constantly holding press conferences, even when there wasn't any new information to release, he says they were able to influence the narrative. So again, media will talk what they are gonna talk, but you can influence it by holding your own interviews, press conferences, stuff like that. And nowadays, releasing anonymous information to social media. The Smarts were such an articulate, bright family. They were a dream to work with because they got it. At times it was difficult. There were things in the media that were very hurtful, and times they were very frustrated. At the same time they recognized it was one of the best tools for finding Elizabeth, which it ultimately was. And they were willing to do whatever it took, Thomas said. The Smarts knew that their lives were going to be torn apart because they were going to be scrutinized, and we all had skeletons in our closet, and those were all going to be picked apart, and they were willing to do that to find Elizabeth. Yep. And they were willing to do that to find Elizabeth. And this is the difference with the Rodni family. Here they really understood what media could do, would do for them, there are some pros and some cons. You can, by putting out your own story to the press, and this is how they understood that media can help them. Yes, they will get also feel the negative side of things, because there will be people speculating, and maybe media will look into their backgrounds. But they knew they are innocent, and they just have to do this for Elizabeth because they wanted to find her. But not in the Kiely Rodni case. In there, you get just bullshit from Rodni family after they pled for help from whole world, and then they turn on you and sue you, and they don't understand how media, social media people work. Like, if you give multiple interviews when Kiely was missing and then go silent when Kiely was found, become angry, agitated, yeah, you will get negative press and people talking negatively about you. And Sami didn't help, law enforcement didn't help, Rodni family didn't help themselves. Like there were so many things that just wasn't adding up. That, of course, people are gonna talk. Especially when you take the reward. Especially when you take the reward and not give it to the people who found Kiely. Just saying. Thomas says there were also members of law enforcement who work well with the Smurfs. I do believe everyone was trying to do the best that they could. There tends to be a lot of tribalism in law enforcement. Sam Brown, I'm looking at you. During that time, there was a lot of hurt mentally with the police. Placer and Nevada County Sheriff Office. Just saying. I thought it was important to go back and look at that, and to look at it fairly and objectively. And in the same way, I wanted to write a book that would be inspiring and people would read and not go away pointing fingers or having hard feelings toward anyone. I really do believe the vast majority of people in law enforcement and in the media and the family were really doing the best that we could. We just live in a really imperfect world. Okay, this is a media person talking. Just say law enforcement screwed it up. Thomas says there were points during the 9-month ordeal when, as he calls it, the dog was wagging the tail, and other points when the tail was wagging the dog. There were several points in the investigation where the police in some cases were manipulating the media. In some cases the media was manipulating the police. But there was quite a bit of interplay there that most people have been very surprised about, he said. Yes, police can manipulate the media. We have seen that in Kiely Rodni case a lot. Mary Catherine's epiphany. The low point for Thomas, however, came after Elizabeth Smurf's sister, then 9-year-old Mary Catherine, who feigned sleep in the bed next to her sister as Mitchell took her from the bedroom, had her epiphany that the person who took her sister was Mitchell and not Richard Ricci, a handyman who had worked in the Smart house and taking items from their house, but steadfastly maintained he had nothing to do with the kidnapping. There was that tension between law enforcement and the family, and that was incredibly difficult, especially after Mary Catherine had the epiphany in October and remembered the voice in the room was Brian David Mitchell. At the time, he was only known as Emmanuel. It's been reported, but I don't know that it's widely known, that she didn't get a good enough look at Mitchell to recognize any of his features. It was the voice. She recognized the voice somehow, which is incredible because he wasn't talking loud, Thomas recalled. In October 2002, 4 months after Elizabeth was abducted, Mary Catherine remembered on a Saturday night that it was Mitchell. Ed Smart called Thomas the next morning, as excited as could be. Thomas recalled, but he said police didn't share their excitement. They were so set that it was Richard Ricci, he said, and they completely discredit Mary Catherine. Good job, law enforcement, you suck. Who was by far the most credible witness in that situation. And this is again tunnel vision. Law enforcement. You should do your job and just think about different options. In the Kiely Rodni case, it was like, yeah, it's abduction. No, it's not abduction. We don't know what happened. Teens come forward. Kiely is found. Accident. Silence. Like, okay. Like, do you even know what happened, or do you want to close the case? Ricci was arrested about 3 weeks after the kidnapping and was held in Utah State Prison on a parole violation. Although he was never charged in connection with the abduction, he remained Salt Lake Police's only suspect until Mitchell was arrested. About 2 months after his arrest, Ricci suffered a brain hemorrhage while in prison and died. This is so horrible. Thomas says while Ed Smart was watching the breaking news coverage on TV that night regarding Ricci's death, Mary Catherine walked into the room. Thomas says it's hard to say whether Smart might have been found 5 months earlier than he was if Mary Catherine's information had been released sooner or taken more seriously. Yeah, I think she could have been found earlier because cops even stopped Mitchell and Elizabeth, the third person, but then let go. You can second guess whether that would have caused Elizabeth to be found earlier. There were several points during 9 months that she could have been rescued earlier, Thomas said. But I do believe getting that information out may have been very helpful in bringing her home sooner. Absolutely, like the family did the right thing. Cops didn't give a shit. You go to the press. They waited long enough. And that's what Kiely Rodni's family should do as well if they care for Kiely. They should get justice what really happened to her. Slower to judge, quicker to serve. Thomas says the idea of writing a book about his experience with the Smart case had been floating around for a while. It was something I thought about for a long time. After Elizabeth was rescued, I knew there was a story there, but it just never really felt right, he said. The real genesis for the book, however, came in 2019 when Thomas was asked to speak at the Salt Lake Rotary Club. At the last minute, because the meeting fell on Veterans Day, Thomas was asked to rework his speech so it focused more on veterans. He ended up talking about his next-door neighbor while growing up an alcoholic and a hidden broken war hero with a secret. For 13 years, Thomas said he had an acrimonious relationship with his neighbor. But right before Thomas was about to leave home to serve a mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, they just couldn't find a more longer name for that church now. Good day. He decided to go to his neighbor's house. He ended up having a long, engaging He ended up having a long, engaging talk with the man and gained an understanding of who the man was and what he did for his country. It's another story in Thomas' book in which an unexpected teacher gave him the tools that help him deal with one of the most publicized child kidnapping cases in history. I learned how to have very thick skin. I learned also not to judge. I think having an open mind was such an important part of working with the family, having an open mind with the media we work with, he said. Initially, there was so much suspicion on the family potentially being involved in the abduction. Yeah, the family men were very scrutinized, and they dig into their past, and the cops interviewed them and asked them questions they didn't like, but they knew that's the process and they just have to deal with it because they knew they were innocent and Elizabeth was out there somewhere, and it's just part of law enforcement's job to interview everyone, even them. And even then, a family didn't go hiding. The family men didn't go hiding. They went out there and they spoke to the media and people. Even though some people and some media thought they were guilty, some law enforcement thought they were guilty. Just saying, Rodni family and Jagger and everybody. Thomas says he was struggling with ideas for the book in December of 2021 and admits he was already ready to give up. And while Thomas says it wasn't his original intention to release the book on the 20th anniversary of Elizabeth's rescue, he admits that once he realized the anniversary was coming up, the deadline gave him the motivation he needed to finish it. It's nice with the 20th anniversary to be able to provide a new angle and some fresh perspective on this case that affected so many people. It's amazing how many people remember that period and to a degree considered Elizabeth and the Smart family an extension of their own family, he said. Thomas' hope now is that his book, with the behind-the-scenes stories of the effort to find Elizabeth Smart combined with the lessons he learned growing up, all with a central theme of the Church of Jesus Christ throughout the book, will inspire readers to be a little slower to judge and a little quicker to serve. I think when we do those things, we get over this polarization that's an epidemic in our country right now. We are so much more alike than we are different. Yet we all want to be right, and we all want to win. But when something serious happens, and we all go to work on it, we don't care anymore, and we really realize what's most important. This article is from ldsliving.com. Nearly 20 years later, family spokesperson looks back on the day Elizabeth Smart was found. March 3rd, 2023. So it was this March. Chris Thomas didn't know the Ed and Louis Smart family when Elizabeth Smart went missing. He had never met the 14-year-old girl who had been taken from her bedroom. In fact, his only connection to the family was Elizabeth's cousin, who was a newly hired intern in his office. And yet Chris would devote the next 9 months of his life to being a spokesman for the Smart family as they searched for Elizabeth, and the course of his life would be forever changed by the search. I thought one article said like he knew also the one reporter guy as well, and his dad. March 12, 2023 marks 20 years since Elizabeth Smart was found, and millions of prayers offered around the world were answered. On this week's All In podcast, Chris Thomas looked back on the day Elizabeth was found and recalled his ability to see God's hand throughout the experience of searching for Elizabeth. Thomas said that when he thinks of those 9 months, he's reminded of a quote by late Utah Jazz owner and fellow Latter-day Saint Larry H. Miller, who said, "How many coincidences need to occur before they are not coincidences?" He said that he witnessed too many coincidences throughout those 9 months to believe they were just coincidences. Just like we believe in Kiely Rodni case. Nope, no way this many coincidences. The day that Elizabeth was found, there was a controversial article that was written, and we were working to respond to that article. This is interesting because you can see how they read articles, and when they see something, they always think that, okay, how we are going to respond, how we are going to kind of mitigate the damage, and how we can spin this, how we can work around this. Like, was it because of misinformation? Was there like, okay, about some facts about some family member, but it shouldn't matter because he's innocent, and they have to kind of like get the focus back to Elizabeth and finding her. And Ed was heading to my office for a meeting when he called me and told me that he had been summoned to the Sandy City Police Department and told not to stop and not to talk to anyone. And he had called me to let me know he was going to be late to the meeting and would possibly miss the meeting, and was very, very nervous. And again, there's Larry Miller. There are so many coincidences that they are no longer coincidences. A little bit before that March day, I had reconnected with a good friend from high school who had happened to be a detective with the Sandy City Police Department, and I was able to get a hold on him. I learned that they had Elizabeth and that she was safe. And we were able to relay that to Ed, who was too scared to go in. He was out in the parking lot pacing and just seeing that moment, being a part of that moment, and realizing throughout we saw the Lord's hand time and time again. And I mean, as a missionary, so often as missionaries, we don't know what to do or what to say, and we just go out there and we say a silent prayer in our hearts, and we do our best. And the Lord helps us, and we become an instrument in His hands. And I saw that time and time again, and that was something that in that moment was unbelievable, but just so incredibly special that Ed would have that reassurance that he would have had that answer to prayer. The other thing that really sticks out is that night, late that night, it was impossible to use our phones. There were too many calls coming in and out, so we just finally shut them off. And so I was going up to the smart house to strategize for the next day. And as I got to the entryway, each of the smart children was standing and sitting in pajamas, each on a stair that led me to the 3rd level of the house. And Ed and Louis were standing in the front, and I just paused for a minute. I had faith that this family would be together again, but I didn't know that I would actually get to experience that. It was incredibly gratifying to see that, and to see that miracle, to recognize the unbelievable had happened, and how blessed we all had been. It's so great. Elizabeth Smart was found. What she went through is truly horrible. I was about to say captors are in jail, but actually the Mitchell's 5, he has been released from prison, so that's not great. Whew. It has been quite a lot of information. This probably have been quite boring, but to me it was interesting to get to know these people and Millers and Chris Thomas and Linda Luchetti and what they do in these cases, and just what families can do if they're a victim, or if somebody is guilty of something, they can hire also a media rep, or if they're a victim, like in a smart case, they can hire a media rep. If the law enforcement isn't doing their job, they should get a media rep, something who truly helps them get their story out. And what kind of work media reps and families can do behind the scenes we don't see necessarily. Like, obviously there are like getting a story to the media, contacting different media outlets and nowadays YouTubers, and as well monitoring social media, I think, is quite important nowadays. And I think, and we know that some perpetrators, for example, they do that and can leave comments and try to steer away the narrative. But yeah, that was the story of Chris Thomas and Linda Luchetti and the Miller family in Utah, Salt Lake City. And the question still remains how Linda Luchetti, all the way from Salt Lake City, went to Truckee to volunteer. Was it really volunteer, or was she hired, and by whom she was hired? It was said that Lindsay was heavily protected from media. Lindsay Newman had some kind of media wall that nobody could get through. And Cassie said that they have kind of this family team who is protecting the family, like, and Lindsay has been saying like she's not gonna be on social media. It is also a little bit strange when if you believe your kid has been kidnapped, but yeah, it's just interesting. But even though we don't get that question answered, we can still play around where some kind of media work has been done, because there are some instances where all the persons speak in same terms, and it's somehow clear like they have been coached. Everybody has been saying this from the beginning. So I will make a video about that too. But until then, if anybody listened to this, then thank you and bye.